Socials, not axolotl. Good evening, Club Cult. Welcome to the Stream the Dreams Project. And thank you also very much for your support of Mr. Voya Bean thus far. I'm very grateful, girly. What is my computer doing? Computer! No, I've neglected you. Calm down. Dun, dun, dun. Calm down. Calm down, babe. Close out of purgatory. Oh. It could be so much more helpful to have this window over here, but my brain likes it over here. Just don't like staring over my shoulder. It's ridiculous. We're gonna go see the zoo beams. And then do a little bit of cooking skis. And play some games. I concur with the song. A vacation sounds delicious. We stream. Why must you 0.2 size font me? It's the road. Tank test. We got our go cam going. Bloop. Still 0.2 size font. So rude. So rude. Unnecessary conduct. I got caught in my paint box. Rude. Very rude. I feel like I've had my phone going like all day. And the battery reflects such. Oh, my camera's dirty. What the f- No, 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 don't do an emergency call. What buttons toggle that? That was horrifying. No, it's just called 911. Club Gold. That would have been bad. Okay, let's not do that. Oh my god. Let's not do that at all. Ever. In a million years. For any reason. Lordy, lordy. Can you connect, please? There we go. Hello, Zeke. He's so cheeky tonight. He's a cheeky Zeke. Cheeky Zeke. Are you saying big hellos? Got some purr pops for you tonight. Put 2 in here for the boys, and then bring one for Claudia, and then I gotta grab another one for Doodle. Doodle, don't steal those. No steals. Actually, we have those here. How are we gonna divvy these up? Doodle needs a chicken one. Maybe Claudia wants a tuna one. No, Zeke. In a minute, bud. No pockets, though. Hi, Zekers. Gustav doesn't like them. Maybe PD wants to try one too. So, Doodle, Claudia. Doodle, Claudia, Tank, Peeps. Stacked. Stacked with purr pops. One more sip of coffee. Two for the boys. Actually, gun now too. 3 for the boys. Doodles. Pockets. I feel like the shorts have pockets, but they don't. Liars. Dirty, filthy liars. Miss Claudine, I am a tired lady. Hello, I just scared myself. I saw the reflection of us in the door, and it startled me. Hi, baby Peanut. Hi, baby Peanut. Hello. Hello. I have a snacker for you. I do. Come here. She doesn't particularly like being held. This is her new favorite thing. You can do this for like 2 seconds. You purr so big. You have an adoption event on Sunday. Are you going to get adopted? She likes when I eat her feet. You're going to go to your event on Sunday? Yes. No, she's over it. Meow. You're such a baby. Oh, my nose tight. It's so tight. Goodness golly. You have your crate in here because we had a tornado drill the other day. That was fun. The other day, that was yesterday. Hi. You know what I have for you. I have for you. I do. Well, would you like? Did you get one of these before? I don't remember if she did. That's not the package. Can you grab it? What, you gonna eat it with your hands? Aww! She's like a little person. See, that's how it's supposed to be crunched. No one else knows how to do it. You're just smart. Oh, good job. You got a big bite. Good job, lady. Getting all your crunchies in. Yummy. Yummy. Yummy, yummy. You got it on your cheeks. There's some good stuff, huh? You're such a little person. Oh my goodness. Claudia's and people's too. Look, there's a crumb. There's a scrumdiddlyumptious scrumptious. There's one more bite. Eat it. Okay, then I'll put it in your food bowl. Oh, now you want it? Look. Oh, I guess you only know how to take treats like a dog, not a horse. That tracks. Throw away your wrappers. And your fur pop stick, lucky lady. You're such a sweet girl, Claudine. You do such a good job at life. You do such a good job at life. You do. Look at you. You're a tall lady. You're a tall lady. Tall lady. Tall lady. Hi, little stinkers. We match. We always match. Bloop, 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 bloop. Bloop, 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 bloop. I need to put your camera down so I remember to charge it. Actually, let's just plug it now. Plug it in. I just charged this the other day and it died so fast. I don't know if the camera is like crapping out on us. Meow! Come here. Claudia. Tall girl. Meow. Meow. Where are you going? Oh, I know, too much love and not enough love and all the love, 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 love. You excited for Sunday? You're gonna do so good. You're gonna do so good. Yes, you are. Where, Miss Liam? Here, Miss Liam. Love you. I love you. You're gonna look at all the people walking by and say, hello, my name is Claudia, adopt me. Yesy, yesy. Yesy, yesy, I think you can. You wanna make friends, see all the peoples, and do so good. Yes, I'm excited for you. I'm excited for you. You got to go get your family. You have to say, love me. Love me. You gotta not flip yourself over so hard. That's owie. I would think. Wild child. Wild child. Wild child. You're so liquid. Floop. Do uppy. Trying to work on uppies. You gotta learn your trick. Uppy. Good girl. Good girl. Can you show me more uppies? Uppies. Good girl. Good girl. I want to take some Polaroids of you to put on your little adoption sheet too. Because you're cute and silly. Yes. Actually, I want to get one of those like digital photo frames so I can put little snippets of her day on there. I think that'd be so cute. Did you get so shy at the shelter? You do. You do. God, you're finally shutting for once. You get so shy. People need to see what your personality is like in a house. In a house. Yes, that's the broom. Are you gonna sweep for me? That would be a big help. Yeah. Tall girl. You're so unhinged. You're so unhinged. You're such a weird lady. You're such a weird lady. And you can't have my purr pups, I'm sorry. I don't know what the limit for upset tummies for those are. I think the bag... Oh, sleepy mama. I think the bag only recommends you have like 2. I think that's how that go. I think so. Where did all your toys go? I cleaned up, but... Here. Bloop. Oh, maybe I do want that. Maybe. You never know. You never know. Welcome, Tom. Hope you're having a good night so far. She is the cutest little girl. I think she can learn a lot more tricks. And so far, she's learned uppies, which is really cool. Welcome, Mad Topher. I hope the night is being kind to everybody. Come here. Show off your uppies. Or lick your ass. Good girl. Lick that butt. Good job. For her next trick. Yeah, okay. No one needs to see that. No one needs to see that. I got the purr pops in my human holsters in my pants. God, it would be amazing if she could clean. That would be so helpful. Doodle could with his feather duster hair, but I call dibs on him. He's mine. He's mine. I love him. Come here. Are you sick of me already? I'm making your biscuits. Making your biscuits right on the camera. Not even making biscuits on anything. Just explore. Never seen a cat that makes biscuits on like a flat surface. It's weird. Doodle's been making a lot of biscuits lately. It's very cute. It makes me happy. Good hygiene is a clean butt, even if they have to clean it themselves. I would agree with that. I mean, honestly, I don't want anyone else cleaning my butt for me. That's my personal space. That's her personal space too. I'm glad you clean your butt and I don't have to, because I really don't want to. I clean enough butts. Every dog that I put in the tub, I have to check for eye boogers and butt boogers. It's not fun. It's not fun. I was off today, but I still did a flea bath today. That's not fun. But the perk of that is you guys get a squeaky clean Serena. Because I had to shower after. Because even if I know there's no fleas on me, like even talking about it now, I feel itchy. Talking about fleas makes me itchy. Oh. It was bad. It was for my kind of nephew, but he's going to a new home tomorrow. So they wanted to make sure that he was flea-free. Bloop, 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 bloop. Are you over me? You just licked your butt. PB has her own space again. She's not in with Claudia anymore because I couldn't tell in the litter boxes. She pees tiny and PB pees tiny because PB is small, but PB also has pee-pee issues. I have to be able to monitor PB better, so she has her own space now. Again. True love is when your significant other has a special butt loofah just for you. Wouldn't a loofah on your butt hurt though? I use a washcloth in the shower. I used to use like a scrubby thing. I have a scrubby thing in the shower for like fun clips because it makes it all lathery. But I use a washcloth. I would think a loofah on your butt would hurt. Because they're rough, aren't they? Maybe I just have a sensitive butt. Is it bath time? She's so cute and tiny. I loved her. I love her so much. I love her so much. Don't really know if it would be rough on the rim. Oh, does no one have a special butt loofah for you, the Mad Topher? My condolences. My heart goes out to you. We could just be the lonely non-loofah butt club. Bloop, bloop, bloop. Bloop, bloop, bloop. Meow, 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 meow. You need to find your family this weekend. Claudia has an adoption event on Sunday. You need to find your family. What are you eating off the floor? Some crumbs from the Purr Pups. You are such a fun cat. I love her. But I know she would have so much fun with kids and, like, people. I really hope like someone with a big family adopts her. That would be nice. Or like an old person. She would bring so much joy to an old person. If my grandpa was still alive, I would totally dump her on him. Like, in nicer terms than that, but she's so gentle. She would be so good with an old person. An old person or kids. Because she doesn't extend her claws for like anything. I do need to do your nails before Sunday though, just in case. Bloop, 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 bloop. Tomorrow I'm gonna give Zeke a gabapentin so I can do his nails, because they are long. And I'm terrified after what happened to Chong. Right, if it's bath time, I'm gonna go see Doodle. You're just doing your own thing. Okay. I love you. I love you. She's like, oh, you interrupted my personal time. Can I have one more uppy? No, it's bath time. Bath time, bath time. Let's go see Doodle time. Give Doodle a chicken purr pop. Because he's so spoiled. Thank you again so much, Colin. Everyone loves them. I gave 2 bags of them to my coworker too. She has a cat. And I guess her cat is like obsessed with them. So I had to share the love. I had to share the love. Alright, you guys are getting tall for me for a second. Doodle got his first cat bed today too. He hasn't laid in it yet. I don't think he knows what it is. But I feel so bad. He's obsessed with this cube, yet he can't go in it with his little bread loaf head. He scratched his cheek. Remember how like Tank kept scratching himself and he had to wear the avocado for like months? Doodle's in the same boat. I had a feeling that would happen. As long as she comes out of her shell, she would be amazing with an old person. I think so. Like, it really only took her like 4 or 5 hours to get used to me. And then she was like, be my friend. I think it would be the same thing. Honestly, she would probably come out of her shell faster with an old person. With kids, it would probably take her like a day, because rambunctiousness. Hello, Doodle the Bloodle. Seeking butt loofah partner. ISO. It might be the perfect dating profile headline. Yo, I'm gonna put that on my only farmers only dating profile. In search of a man who grows loofahs on his farm, specifically for my butt. Please contact Serena. You have a cat bed! She's such a character. Hi, Doodle. You have a cat bed. Yeah. I asked him if he wanted to be bread or an avocado, and he went, Brr. And I think that means Brad. So he's bread now. I love the lighting in here. It's so relaxing. I always keep the Govee lights like this. Like, you can set them to different colors, obviously, but the, like, purple, pink, and the blue, it's so zen in here. It's nice. It's relaxing. Now I'm playing with the cube. Come here, Bloodle. Come here, Bloodle. Then Doodle gets to be Bloodle. Is this the chicken one? Yes. So I put it separate from the other hosta. He's back in the cone. He scratched just his little cheek. Bloop, bloop. Bloop, 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 bloop. And now Doodle can only eat baby food. I think this will be okay because it's chicken. There's no fish oil in it. But Doodle is not only sensitive to salmon, he's also sensitive to fish oil in general. Which is ridiculous because he's a fucking cat. So Doodle eats baby kitten food now. And I just have to make sure he doesn't eat too much of it so he doesn't get fat because it's higher in calories. Would you like this? That's a big happy stretch. Are you going to use your hands like Claudia? This is the second time you've had this. Is that exciting? You can eat it. It's Chimkin. I know you want it. It's like, wait, let me mark it with my cheeks first. Tell everyone it's mine. It's for me. I feel like the Queen of Hearts from like Alice in Wonderland, the Disney version with this. Off with her head. It's a very apropos feeling. Come here, Bloodle. I'm not gonna eat it. It's for you to eat. Are you really gonna turn up your nose at that? Maybe there is something in it that he's allergic to. He's really smart and he won't eat food that upsets him. I switched Gunther to the other timed feeder. I think I mentioned last stream or the stream before. You don't want this? I'm offended. And Doodle has the microchip feeder now, so that when he's fully integrated with the big zoo, bloop bloop, he doesn't have to worry about everyone else chowing down on his food, because Charlie's fat. She's a little less fat now, but Charlie is fat kid energy. There you go, yummies. Yummies. Do I need to hold it like that? Okay. He's so gentle. He's such a gentle giant. Gentle giant. Right now we're taking a break on more introductions because Pippi has had an upset stomach. And I'm waiting for the results of her test, but in case it's like something parasitic, I don't want the cats to get it, so Pippi has been confined to the kitchen, which is, of course, the in-between zone between the bedroom and the big zoo kitties. We don't want everyone to have upset tummies. I'm anxious, though. It smells like cancer shits. Like, cancer poop really does have, like, a certain smell to it. I don't even know how to describe it, but it just has a certain stench. Love all this poop talk. Good boy. I'm really hoping she just ate too much rabbit poop. Good boy. He's so dainty. He's so big, but he's so dainty. I'll have to pick him up in a minute. I feel like we can't see the full scope of how big he is. He's a big boy. He's bigger than Voya. You dropped crumbs. Eat your crumbs. Eat your crumbs. You can throw your garbage away. Eat your crumbs. Did you? Did you eat them fast? Doodle, you gotta show off how big you are. Mr. Bloodle. Oh, he's still got some weight to gain. Look how big this guy is. He's gigantor. His head is like 2/3 the size of mine. Big boy, big boy, big boy, big boy. Did you have a tornado drill yesterday? Did you hang out with Gigi? Doodle is like the most difficult cat in the world to get into a carrier. It's terrible. So Doodle just gets carried downstairs and thrown in the bathroom when the sirens go off. He hangs out with Gigi. He be chilling like a villain. He remembers the last one in fish oil and upset his tummy. That's possible too, because the other ones are... I'm giving everyone else the last of the other bag that I have. Tip Top Tuna. Which he does not like tuna. Whenever I tried to put his medicine in tuna, he didn't want to eat it. He's a fancy boy. I've read that some people and animals can smell cancer. I've never heard of that about people, but definitely with animals. I don't think I have like special cancer smelling powers, but I don't know. When Snoop was sick, there was a certain stench. He had cancer. When Backup was sick, I had a feeling he had cancer because it smelled the same as Snoop. And then same with Chauncey, it smelled the same before. And with Pippi now, it smells the same. So, cross fingers and paws that it's just little worm friends. Because I'll fucking blow my brains out if she has cancer. It's not okay. She's doing really good otherwise, though. I don't know, it doesn't seem like there's, like, anything else going on. She's been a very healthy lady. Cross fingers and paws for rabbit poop. Because she does like to eat rabbit poop. And I let her eat the rabbit poop. Because why not? Like, you're 15 years old. You're geriatric. You're like 100 and something in dog years. If you want to eat rabbit poop and that makes you happy, then eat the rabbit poop. YOLO. YOLO. Bye, Doodle. Doodle, you want to check out your bed? You got a kitty bed. It is a hand-me-down, but it is still nice. You can make biscuits in it. It's small, I know, you're big. It matches your bread. Check it out. Kitty, 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 kitty. Doodle loves having his ass smacked. Like most cats do, but he like loves it. That's his preferred. He's like, why'd you stop? It's his preferred mode of attention. Doodle. Little Count Olaf. He's so happy. Says, spank me, mommy. My little subservient cat. Hi. I love you. Come here. If you love me, you'll come here. He's like, but I'm literally right here, you stupid bitch. Just move. Oh, you're getting sassy. He has happy tail, like Voya. But once he starts smacking it on the ground like a beaver, he's overstimulated. And then he love bites. We're working on it. It's not his fault. Aww, I love you too. I love you too. I love you too, fancy man. I think he loves me. Which is good. Because I love him. He's so bummed. He wants to go inside of his cube and he can't fit right now. Aww. It's okay. I can't take me seriously either. Life is better that way. Life is better unserious. Now you're slowly getting into the belly rubs. Bloop, 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 bloop. Nancy, sweet boy. I love you. He also has a funny spot on his chest where he starts licking. It's your neck and your chest. Little gooseberry. Hi. We took a nap together yesterday. We kind of snuggled. He doesn't understand snuggling yet. He lays at my feet like he's a protector. You're so cute. You're so cute, Boodle Noodle. Do, 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 do. The sheepadoodle that I grew him the day before yesterday was named Noodle. And I went full crazy cat lady and I did not impress the cat or the dog's dad. Because when I checked the dog in, I was like, I have a cat named Doodle and I call him Doodle Noodle. And he was like, oh. But then he was super happy when he picked the dog up. He was waiting in the parking lot for him to be done. He loved his dog. That was awesome. We were trying to figure out what kind of service dog he was too, because he seemed too good to just be like a regular old ESA. We were thinking maybe he was a seizure dog, but no, he was a PTSD dog. Which is so cool. I've never groomed a PTSD dog before. The feet probably smell like all the others do, I'm sure. My feet were distracting my kind of nephew today. Because I wore my grooming shoes, my work shoes, to give him a bath. And he was just sniffing my shoes like half of the time of the whole bath. I feel bad, we had to do it outside, but I wasn't going to bring a flea-infested dog to work. Especially not on my day off. Welcome, Midnight Dynamite. Hope you're having a wonderful day so far. Welcome. Oh, speaking of days off and on, I'm going to be on for Thursdays now. Definitely. Because my coworker wants a day off during the week. And then there's another groomer that's going to be there Sundays. So starting the middle of August, I'll have, I think, every Sunday except for the first Sunday of the month off so that I can do adoption events for Claudia. Because the rest of you got kind of miffed at me for not doing too many of them. And I was like, hey, I'm neglecting my volunteer responsibilities. I need a Sunday or a Saturday. And they were like, okay. Which I appreciate. I appreciate very much. The zoo is doing wonderful today, as am I. It's been a good day. Spent the whole day with puppies and kitties. I saw one of my best good friends. I'm very happy about that. It was nice to catch up with her. She lived down south, like in southern Illinois, for the last couple of years. In my brain it's like a couple of years, but it's really like the last 6 years. So it was really nice to see her today. Do 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 doodle do 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 doodle. He's a little doodle noodle. Look at that big handsome boy. He's so perfect. With the overstimulated tail. You're so silly. That Doodle was gonna become a blackhead kitty. Eventually. When all of his floof grows up. Oh wait, do you mean in the cube? He does sometimes go all the way in with the bread loaf on, and then he becomes a blockhead. He says, I'm Boxman. If anyone remembers that song from Smosh. Boxman. That's old. That's classic internets. It's classic internets. Aww. I mean, Doodle wants to do that too, but his love bites are still a little bit too hard. He's learning gentle. He's gotten a lot more gentle, but he's still learning gentle when he's overstimmied. I'm gonna hold pause. He's a foot guy. All of my male cats are foot guys. That's what I get for ignoring the people of the world, is I get foot guy cats. You're so silly. That's my beans. You wanna rub on my beans? I'll rub you with my beans. It's like very awkward. This is a good stretch. I can feel it. Meow. Meow. Doodle, I could spend the rest of my life with you and it still wouldn't be enough time together. That's how I know I love him infinitely. I love him so much! His eyes started acting up again. So I haven't put in his adoption papers yet. But as soon as we have like a week of really good eyes, then I'm gonna put in my application to adopt him. I'm excited! Bloodle! Bloodle, bloodle, bloodle. I think they have a different like resident vet, because they have a clinic there too, versus the rescue vet though. And I just want to make sure he gets the same care from the same person until his eyes are totally 100% good. I think they might bother him a little bit for the rest of his life, but we'll deal with that as it goes. I love your little feet. I love your little feet. Give me those feet. Give me those feet. Feet, 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 feet. Feet, 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 feet. I don't want no feet but Doodle feet. And maybe all the other kitty and puppy feet. Doodle noodle. Doodle noodle. This is a good shoulder stretch. Doodle, you're gonna keep me young. You're gonna keep me young and limber. Oh, she doesn't bite soft, so she's like Tank. Chomp. Oh my goodness. Kern cat has sharper claws due to the barn cat babyhood. Aww. Silly little barn cats. Boop, 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 boop. You're just gonna flimp? I love you, Doodle. We gotta go see Gustav and Tank and Baby Peeps. Let's go. Blurp, 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 blurp. We're gonna make some tofu and potatoes tonight too. Actually, maybe we'll get those going in the oven before we bebop around this way, that way, and the other way. How do I get stuck? There. Get them in the oven. Bloop, 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 bloop. All the smooches for you, Doodle. You hear that? It's like, want. He's funny. He's very funny. Blah, I'm a kraken from the sea. I'm just gonna leave that there for the moment. Bloop, bloop. I cleaned the kitchen a little bit, but no one's allowed to look at my island because my island is a chaos zone right now. It is the zone of chaos. Ugh. Alright, so let's not have my food get moldy this time. We're gonna need a big pan of potatoes and a big pan of food. I am excited! Actually, I don't think I want to use this one. You're rejected. Rejected! Nothing else in there? Okay. Meal preparation. Yeah, all pans out of the oven for sure this time. I want to make some roasted garlic, but honestly, I don't want to put in the effort. And I still have some of the oil from last time because the potatoes went bad. So I didn't get to use all of the garlic oil in, like, any potatoes. I feel like I should use up the garlic oil before I make more garlic. More garlic! I would like to grab my coffee. Uno momento. My coffee. Song is on. I thought they said surrender in it, and then I thought they said Serena in it, and then now I don't actually know what they say in it. But it sounds like some mix between surrender and Serena, because I left music on in the strum room. That's a different song. Why is it not updating to what it's playing? It switched over, but to a different song. That's weird. Can I be your superhero? Potatoes. Don't know why I needed to buy a 10-pound bag of potatoes, but I did. I stab them. I stab the potats. Oh, my potato stabbing forks and the stew dishes piles. Dang it. Potatoes on this one, tofu on. Probably too much oil. Never too much oil. It's no such thing. Greasy. Greasy. I honestly don't know if you have to microwave them before they go in the oven, but I think it's correct to do so. Don't stab yourself. That's the key point to it all. Do like 6 in the oven at a time. Make like 12. Can you freeze baked potatoes? This one's looking at me. It's got eyes. There can be 7 in the oven. 2 are small. That counts as 1 medium potato. My grade. Put some sweet potatoes too. I love baked sweet potatoes. No such thing as too much oil. Alright, tell me you're Italian without telling me those exact words. I'm not Italian. I'm Polish and Irish and German. I always thought I was mostly Polish, but I think I'm mostly German. No, I'm mostly Irish. At least based on the genealogy we've done. Look at these big boys. I'm excited. I'm gonna have one of these for dinner tonight. I really have a taste for a burger, but I didn't get any burger meat. So tofu and potato it is. Oh look, he has like a little boob. It's like he has small boobs and a big pot belly. Or big boobs and a small pot belly. I don't know. He's a cute potato. He's just a cute little guy. I feel like I have to stab the sweet potatoes 1,000 times because they're so big. I got worried they'll blow up. The Pinocchio nose. It's like a shell. Those. Do you guys save bags like that? Like the bag that everyone has? Or am I just crazy? They're giant sweet potatoes. I was happy there was big ones this time. Last time there were small ones. It's the little things in life. Sometimes the little things in life are stabbing potatoes. How much space does this take up? Maybe you can do like 4 more potatoes, the brown ones. They've been on the counter for like 2 days and they have eyes already. Like, what the fuck is produce doing? I'm gonna scream. I did kind of just scream. Produce does not last like it used to, and I don't understand. It's not okay. They're juicy. They're blurping potato juice back out at my face. Put these in the microwave. Hot potatoes. So beautiful. I'm not carrying hot ass potatoes all the way over like that. I have my limits to the madness. It's been out for like 4.5 minutes. Yeah. These two still. Blur, blur, blur. The weather currently is not helping. It's been like decent here this week. Actually, I think tomorrow I'm gonna bring Tank upstairs and see how he does with Zeke. That way, when I'm not home, he can go in the entryway and it won't be too hot for him in there. It's not supposed to get over 85 this week, so it'll stay 79, 78 in the entryway. Zeke's just so playful, and I think him and Tank will get along well, as long as Tank doesn't perturb him too much. Or vice versa, because Zeke can be very perturbing. I think they'll enjoy their time and space together. I don't know, we'll see though. Because I don't think I'll be back to work until Saturday, so far. Unless like a million people book. I am so excited. On Saturday, I have a really difficult pain in the ass dog, and I am actually excited. She used to get groomed at the vet's office, and I guess she always got cut when she was groomed because she moves around, skittish, and unpredictable, and scared. What's going on? What's happening? And I'm excited to work with her more and like show her that grooming is. You just gotta stand there and like let me do my thing, girl. Like it's a calm process. It's not the craziness of the vet's office. I'm very excited for that. She has a very human name and it's funny. I'm not gonna share it, but like imagine like probably your babysitter's name. It's a very normal human name. And it's funny. But she's a doodle, so it'll be interesting. I'm so excited to have her back again. She's insane. Like, she's not a very good dog to be groomed, but she's to be groomed at the vet. And her mom was happy with how I did her. And I'm excited to do her again. So I'm gonna make her look cute and show her that it can be just a calm process. It's my favorite thing ever. I look forward to a day that, like, a rescue is hiring for a groomer. Because that would be my wheelhouse. I would love that. That would make me happy. Probably Tokyo's. Blur them out again. Where's the skin? Other there. I was a bad girl last weekend though. I didn't get to get dog food on time. I thought I was gonna be out early and then I was not. And that's my bad for assuming. So we can assume make an ass out of you and me. I had to go to the store. And instead of buying another like random brand of salmon and sweet potato food, I decided to do chicken and rice for the dog. I had to buy and boil so much chicken because Ringo is huge, so boy needs a lot of chicken. And I boiled so much chicken and it was so nasty. Meat doesn't gross me out, but raw meat is just nasty, and so like chicken especially. I feel like red meat is less gross to work with than white meat. I do not like that I'm becoming a paper towel girly, but like, gosh, is it helpful? How did I do this before? Did I cut them out of the thing? I think I did. It'll be the second time I have her on my table, yeah. Because her mom was shocked that she didn't get cut, like with my scissors during the grooming process. That's when I learned she got groomed at the vet. And she rebooked with me, like right then and there. She made the appointment the last time she was in for this time. So I'm really excited. I am excited. I was gonna be bummed if I had to quit after the whole eyeball debacle, because then I wouldn't be able to groom her. Like, I know my coworker would do just as good of a job, but that was one of the main parts that I would have been bummed about if I would have quit, because I wouldn't get to see her again. She's a cool dog. She's a sweetheart. Switch the potatoes. She's a really awesome dog. She's just scared of being groomed. She doesn't want to be groomed. But I think she's going to do great this time, and even better next time. I feel like it's kind of stupid for vets to have, like, grooming as well, though, because dogs are so like wigged out by going to the. Most dogs are wigged out by going to the vet anyway. Like, why would you associate two things? Oh, I might have heated up too much potatoes. I underestimated the largeness of the sweet potatoes. We'll see. It's like 5 more in the microwave, I think. I'm so excited! I'm so excited. I just can't hide it. Oh, sorry about the garbage for it. I like working with difficult dogs. It's satisfying. Like, I love when I have an easy dog on my table, so it's just like, boom, 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 we're done. I like working with difficult and scared dogs, though. It's nice to be able to make something weird a more comfortable process for them. It actually is like amazing to me how many dogs are good for grooming. Like, it's a whole weird process. It really is a testament to like how much we've domesticated them and the true like innate nature of trust. Tofu. Maybe eat that. The nature of all of the trust that they have in humans as well. Oh my god, what a mess. It's like all stuffed inside. Oh, it's crumbled. It's not how that was supposed to go. But that's okay. Not much in life is meant to go the way it's supposed to go. Or ends up going the way it's supposed to go. Recycle these. Got like 20 seconds, potatoes. I will wait for you. I'll wait for you. Never let go, potato. Oh, it reminds me, it's fancy clock. You got these on the pan, in the oven, empty buns. Hot potato, hot potato, hot potato, hot potato, hot potato. We have enough space for all the hot potatoes. I hope so. Yes. That's perfect. I planned that exactly. I'm a genius. Ugh, this is really heavy, actually. I underestimated the weight of the potato. Pippi, where are you? Okay. Okay, out of the oven, girlfriend. Bloop. Bloop, bloop. That was hot. Steamy. Steamy. Here's Ricky Berwick. What's the hot potato song? Hot potato, hot potato. Hot potato, hot potato. Potato, potato. Wait, no, I'm doing the hot potato motion, but I'm singing the Wiggles hot potato. Hot potato, cold spaghetti, cold spaghetti. I don't know where I got that jumbled up in my head, but I did. It's tofu. Bloop, 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 bloop. Dun, 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 dun. How does the hot potato song go? Now I can't remember it. I untrained my brain? My dad doesn't have a pair of kitchen scissors and doesn't use kitchen scissors. I don't know how he survives because kitchen scissors are like the staple of my existence. Get out of there, you jiggly protein cube block. Did I get the song right? That's from the Wiggles. Potato, potato. Cold spaghetti, cold spaghetti. Alright, mashed bananas. That's the one with bananas. I couldn't remember the bananas. Set a timer for a little bit of these. Like 35 to start. I think I baked in the oven last, so it's not cinnamon. The Wiggles was beyond my childhood time, but my godmother's nephews and nieces liked it. I think we saw. No, doesn't Six Flags have like a Wiggles section? I think it was Wiggles impersonators that we saw, like not the actual Wiggles. I think it was Six Flags we were at. Like the kids section, there's Wiggles performers. I haven't been to Six Flags in so long. I give up on using the cute little dishes. We're doing foil in a big pan. I'm over it. I want maximum tofu amountage. Not what my little pans have to offer. Bloop. I bought one of the oil spares out of spite because I looked for like good reviews. It's all fuzzy. I don't use it. Just collect dust. Because my dad told me that they end up like clogging and stop working after a while. I was like, no, I'm gonna do my research on this. I'm gonna get a really good one. Guess what? It still clogs. It's useless. It's pointless. It's paperweight. It's a fancy paperweight. It was nice while it lasted, though. The Wiggles were a bit freaky with each other. That was a weird time for TV because the Wiggles and like Lazy Town were both popular at the same time. I'm gonna get Earl in my hair, but whatever. And they're just two weird shows. I don't know. I'm sure there were weird shows when I was a kid, but like not that weird. Like I had Arthur. Arthur's not that weird. My coworker laughed at me Sunday. So I told her I still watch Arthur sometimes. Like, you know what? Bite me. Bite me. Oh, her sister finally pooped out the baby. I think I told you guys that, though. Now that's coming out of my mouth. I think I've said that already. The baby got stuck, which was scary, but the baby is fine. Oop. Pippi eat that. Pippi likes tofu. Pippi likes anything. You could drop like poison on the floor and she would still eat it. My little garbage disposal dog. Who better not have the cancer shits. Otherwise I will scream. You better have just worms from eating rabbit food. And there's gonna be thick slices. Thick boys. Thicky, thicky. Really, the other like third of the other one, if I don't have enough space for it, just as crumbles and pour some soy sauce on it with dinner. Sometimes I'm lazy and I'll just eat it raw. It's not bad if you just mix it with soy sauce or like barbecue sauce. Mix it with barbecue sauce, it's just like smushy, sloppy joes. Nice. It's not the greatest thing, but it's edible. It's good. It's not a dread to consume. Get out, you breakable object. Go. There you go. Good tofu. Thick boils. Those remind me of like slices of cheese, like farmer's cheese. Does not taste like farmer's cheese. Crumble, crumble. Don't fumble the crumble. Why are you all crooked? Why did you have to break like that? That bothers me. I want uniform slices. This is such a better idea if this works out the way that I plan it to. Hope it will. We make like a third more of the tofu. Not accidentally eat it moldy. If it does mold this time. Because last time when I ate it moldy, it like burned the side of my tongue. And my tongue hurt for like a good 2 or 3 days after. Which, like, I get it. You know, don't eat moldy food. It's not good for you. But I've never had moldy food burn me before. I looked it up. I guess that's like a normal response, but it was wrong. I need to look before I eat because I snack. I just spit out tofu. I snack while I'm making dinner because, like, I'm hungry by that point and I want all the food. So I'm munching while I'm making, and I just don't look at what I'm grabbing. And that was my mistake. I took a bite and I was like, well, this was kind of overly flavored. And it was moldy. How are you going to want to cut that? That's so fucked up. Reject tofu. All-American reject tofu. These thick boy slices, I guess. Yeah. I should be able to shoot the crumbles in like the last little divot. Yes. And get some salt and pepper. I'm gonna get some chili peppers next time they're on sale and try making chili tofu. It's one of my favorite things to order out. The dry chili tofu. Want to find a good recipe for it. Woo! Look at them slices. Oh my god, tripod. Get your head on straight. She's beautiful. Beautiful. Must fetch the salt and pepper. Actually, I need to refill my salt. I keep it on my little dinner tray. And I said, hey, what a wonderful kind of day. We can learn to work and play and get along with each other. Arthur's so good. I had the books too from when like the old Arthur books where he still has like an aardvark head, not just like an egg head. I love Arthur. Arthur was so wholesome. I remember so many details. Did you know that having fun isn't hard if you've got a library card? It's true. Having fun isn't hard when you've got a library card. And I think Binky had a song in like the episode where he had nightmares, something about a nightlight. He was afraid of getting made fun of for it. And then Pal. Oh, Pal would have been a cute name for Ringo. I mean, he's not like a blonde dog, but that would have been cute for him. Ringo's very much a pal. Don't judge me. Having fun isn't hard when you've got a library card. Sometimes it's just nice to watch something comforting, you know? I mean, it's not like I'm watching Barney. You guys could totally roast me if that was the case, but I grew out of Barney, apparently. Alright. Ah! It's so fucking hot! Fucking hot oven. God! Open it, like, ah! Bakes my face. Ah! Ah! So hot. Turn on the oven fan. Alright, them's in there for 25 minutes. I'm gonna set a timer for it. I think I'll need a little bit more time than that, but just in case. We're gonna keep it low first. 25 minutes. Wash my hands and we'll go see Mr. Gustav. I want to refill my salt. No food allowed. I really do think I was making a mistake for a while by only eating Himalayan salt. Because your body does need iodized salt to be able to absorb some other vitamins and minerals. Like, pink salt is fine as like a little sprinkle treat, but iodized salt actually is the best, at least for me. Like, it hasn't cured me, but I think it did help a little bit. Didn't you grow out of Barney? I don't know. Barney is a dinosaur from our imagination, and I'm old now. I have no imagination. The imagination has left the building. I live in the real world now. Bible thump my ass. I like doodle tail thump. Where's my water? Blurp, 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 blurp. I was thirsty. I didn't realize I was thirsty. Now I have the library card song stuck in my head. Having fun isn't hard. We've got a library card. Cheers to that. The feeling in between Tank and Peebee. We'll have to pop back up to the kitchen. Peebs lives in my closet now. So I have to be able to monitor her actions. Goosey goose vibe. Goosey goosey goose. Goosey goosey goose. I don't eat. Oh! I'm an asshole. He was over here, like the ledge over the toilet, and he got so excited we were walking in, he lost his balance. Like, flailed around. I'm so mean. Goose says hi. Say hi, baby goose. Say hi. Hi. I would give you a purr pop, but you only like your special specific food. Definitely get looked at, you're weird. Getting looked at like you're weird if you start doing the cleanup song around the younger generation, 18 to 22-year-olds. Yeah, I don't think they'll know the clean up, everybody do your share. Clean up, everybody everywhere. Goose, come here, bub. Gustav is a beautiful cat. He's gorgeous. If I was very, like, prissy and cared about those things, I would be over the moon over him and probably choose him over Doodle. I'm still willing to adopt him if the rescue is okay with that and that's what they, like, prefer, because he's a very one-person cat. Even though he doesn't want to be my person right now, but that's fine, too. Music distracts me when I'm with the zoo, but he's a beautiful boy. He's a Lynx Point Siamese, so he's like the doodle of cats. Like, a doodle is not like a real breed, it's just a special mutt. And he is a Lynx Point Siamese, so he's just a tabby cat and a Siamese cat. He's the doodle of cats. Come here, handsome boy. He likes hanging out with you guys by the tripod when we're in here. There you go. He's like a little circus cat, a little snow leopard on the chair. Hi, buddy. I love you. I love you. You give kisses. Don't show your butt off to everyone. He's so nice. He doesn't bite me anymore. I sneak a smooch. I sneak a smooch. I'm sorry you got excited and fell over. That was so funny. I wish I had that on camera. I feel bad, but that was so funny. Hello, handsome boy. He all about the ear tugs. I think that's like a Siamese cat thing. I had a Lynx Point Siamese years ago, and he loved ear tugs too. I was giving Zeke ear tugs the other day, and even more dramatically than he's doing, Zeke was like this with head rubs. Like he was full on like glitching as if his neck was an owl's neck, like fully flexible. It was hilarious. He was loving that. He was loving it. Boop, boop, boop. I didn't know Zeke liked those. That was exciting to see. Do you like my tofu and potato hands? Yes. I'm a tofu and potato kind of guy. You better be. That's the kind of guys we need in this house. That's the only men I accept. The tofu and potato men. Bloop, 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 bloop. Gentle. I know he's just giving love bites, but I get a little nervous when he starts love biting. Like, are you gonna nail me again? Please don't. Please don't. You're the doodle of humans. Please don't. Please don't be. Most doodles are cool dogs, but they got screws loose. They just do. And people take them way too seriously, like, as if they are the most pedigreed dog to ever exist. Like, bitch, it is a golden retriever and a poodle. It is a Bernese mountain dog and a poodle. It is a Cocker Spaniel and a poodle. It is a fancy mutt, but they act like it's this $1 million dog of the rarest descent. And it's so fancy. Doodle people are so fucking particular. It's ridiculous. You have a mutt. It's a mutt. You're a mutt. They're a mutt. We're all mutts. I mean, unless you're a Slytherin, all people are mutts. I did that. Gentle. 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 Thank you. Kisses. You want to hold hands? He's like, leave me alone now, human. He really just likes to, like, coexist. He doesn't like being, like, crazy loved on. I don't know. He's a very interesting cat. All of the Siamese that I've met are very outgoing, and he's very reserved. And as someone who likes to grab every animal and, like, I love you, it's difficult for me to be reserved. But we meet him where he is at. Ear tugs. Rub, rub. I think you just want more snacks on your plate, but you already got all of your snacks on your plate for the day. You can have more snacks in the morning. So assuming Tank gets along with the boys, and he's going to be on another round of meds, I think, in the next couple of days. So after that, I'm planning on moving him into Tank's old room, as long as Tank gets along with Gunther and Zeke. That way we will not have any more bathroom cats except for Gigi. Because Gigi's in my master bathroom downstairs, my little feral friend. But I feel so bad. You've been cooped up in this little studio apartment. It's not bad, but it's not... He likes having a room. Yes, you do. And you like having your blankie and staring at yourself in the mirror. Hi. He's got such cute little socks. He got the dark socks. He's paying me back for calling him a mutt. Yeah, probably. Welcome, Queen Honey. I hope you're having a good night so far. Yeah, filthy mudbloods. Or not filthy mudbloods. He's over me. He just wants to stare at himself in the mirror now. It's like, I got my 2 seconds of attention for the evening. I'm over it now. Oh, he's definitely kind of bored in here, too. Because he shredded my paper and he stole my pimple patches. I just realized. He had to have done that in, like, the last hour. Because I peed right before I started stream. And nothing was, destructed in here. Thanks, buddy. Here, I'll help you out. I'll just take the rest of that one down. And that one, and that one, and that one. I had a therapist like a year ago that was like, you should put reminders all over your house of all of these good affirmations and you'll feel better about your life. So I have all of these like stupid little affirmations everywhere. And guess what? I never look at them. And I do know that I'm great. I think she was just trying to give me busy work. I think that's what was going on there. Because they're pointless. I just left them up because I'm lazy. That can be garbage. Go into the pocket. That's not a pocket. The knotted pocket. I love you, Goose. You handsome little boy. Just bear with me for a couple weeks while we get your meds in you. And see, he still has the Giardia. Boo. Get Tank acclimated. Get your meds going on. And then you shall move into Tank's room if all goes well. I really do think Tank and Zeke will do good together. But they have very similar personalities, so they either be like best friends or it'll be like creator cat clash. I don't know. We'll see. Goose, we love you. We love you. Even though you're sick of my shit. We love you. I love you. You love me. We're best friends like friends should be. Or is it like family? I don't know. With a great big hug and a kiss from me to you. Won't you say you love me too? Underwater Barney. Hi, Pippi. Your smooch break for my little stinky lady. Say, I've been pooping. I've been pooping uncontrollably. I know. We gotta work on that. Get your results back in a couple days. Oh my goodness. I went to bring in a fecal sample for her on Friday, like before work, and I got the snarky vet tech, because there's one snarky vet tech in my vet's office. We don't vibe. Like every once in a blue moon we get along, but otherwise she's snarky. And she's like, oh, you need to bring 2 samples to run this test. It's the comprehensive versus regular, so that's the extra expensive one. And that was 12 minutes. That's enough for tank time. Any other time that I've run it, it's only been 1 sample. So, like, not a big deal. But this time, she was like, oh, you need 2 for that. And then I brought it today, and the vet tech that I talked to was like, why do you have 2? You only need 1. So I could have run it Friday, and then had results by today. But no. So we'll have results by, like, Friday. I'm gonna strangle her little head sometimes. She's so annoying. I know what I'm doing. Hi, Slavka. You know what you're doing, too. Hello, ladies. Lady break. Lady break. Lady break. There's, like, 5 trash cans of recyclables. Like, just boxes. Anytime I buy tech, I save the box. And there's... Tank is throwing up right now. That's gonna be fun to clean up. There's like 5 garbage bags. No, there's 4 garbage bags of boxes of tech. From tech. Let me rephrase that. That I've saved from over the years. That is finally going in the recycle. Because what am I holding on to all of this for? Like monitor boxes, computer boxes, Switch box, PlayStation box, like everything. I just always think that I need the serial number. like in case I need it. But at this point, everything is so old that I don't need it anymore. Hi, kid. I know, that's your mommy. That's your baby. Void keeps sitting in front of PB's door. I think she knows there's a baby in there. She's a good mommy. I mean, like, I feel like it's worth it to like save the box because it has the serial number and like warranty info and whatever for a certain amount of time, but not for like 5, 6, 7 years. I got rid of a bunch of them yesterday, but I filled the cans. I filled them. So now there's just bags waiting to go bye-bye. And then like a prop that I built, like a photo shoot and custom video that I did where, you know, like in The Little Mermaid, she's in the shell. I did a mermaid set and I built a shell, I guess, to come out of. It's not in the light, so we can't really see it, but it's all painted like blue and green and oceany and pretty. And that needs to go in the recycle too, because when the fuck do I need to be that specific of a mermaid ever again? Probably never. And if I do, I can just build another prop. It will be fun. Hi, did you barf? You were trying to. I don't think you did, though. You ate too fast. You always do that. You eat too fast, then you barf. Mm. Bloop. Bloop, 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 bloop. Oh, for transport purposes. I mean, like, that's fair, too. I have tech bags for all of that, though. We don't need the boxes. Pulling the box in case you have to return it. Then SpongeBob episode voice, 5 years later. Yeah. I mean, there's the box from Tank's laptop in here, which is the predecessor to my current laptop, which is the predecessor to the PC. Like, it's from like 2017 or 18. Do I need that box almost 10 years later? Fuck no. I do not. I do not. Oh, I forgot I still had garbage in my pants. I'm gonna trash that. Oh, let me open this up for Tank, and then I'll trash it. You got a purr pop. You got a purr pop. You got a purr pop, purr pop, purr pop. But hold on. I need to go this way. It was poking me. Going to bestow some purr pops to the big zoo on my own time tomorrow. I may keep chipping away at the house and... Ow! Your nails are long. Ow, ow, your nails are long. Eat them over here. I'm sorry. I may take 3 in a day tomorrow. But I also don't want to miss days. I don't know. Maybe we'll go through stuff together tomorrow, depending on what I tunnel into. Good boy, Tank. It's yummies. It's yummies. It's yummies. Nom nom nom. Tank fucking loves these. I mean, everyone loves them, but like, Tank annihilates them. Look at this guy. Nom nom nom. He's the snack man. Ski ba 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 da da. Do you want to lick the rest off? There's still some crumbs. Good job. Now you're gonna be all jazzed up. Tank, you would be the fattest fat boy if I let you be a fat boy. You would not be able to move. You would be a little fat man. That's why you have a timed feeder. Tank, actually, it's going to be helpful upstairs that everyone has either a microchip or the timed feeder, because Tank has to have a timed feeder. Otherwise, he will eat everything all at once, and it will all be gone. And then he'll get sick and throw it up. And he has no self-control with food. Like, I feel like street cats eventually learn it, and he's never learned it. It just never has. Boy loves his food. I don't blame him. I love my food too, but like, we gotta know the off switch. Oh, I want to leave this here. Tank's been sleeping on my pillow. I gotta leave it for him. I know there's another one in my pants, but that's for baby PB. He is in peak form. He's not chunky anymore. He got chunky for a while. And, not anymore. Tank really should not get chunky. I mean, no cat or dog should, but he really shouldn't get chunky because he has his bad hips. You don't want to carry around a whole bunch of extra weight and hurt yourself. Happy boy. He's probably going to bite me in a minute. Yeah. Don't do it. But I appreciate that he lets me pet his hips now. That took a long time to do. It's all gone. You ate it all. It's like, I know there's more snacks here somewhere. I smell them. That's because they're stinky. Oh, you did find a crumb. Oh, there is still some there. Okay, never mind. You're smart. Never doubt the street cat instincts. Never doubt it. Never forget. Never forget. I'm sure my great-grandmother would be incredibly pleased that the cat is eating snacks off of the blanket that she crocheted, but shout out, Grandma. It's going to good use. You're a good boy. With your little bald spot. No, don't be mad at me for touching it. Oh, he loves the Purr Pop so much they, like, overstimulate him. And then he's bitey. Excuse me. You wily boy. He gets tunnel vision of, like, only Purr Pop. Only the Purr Pop. Yeah, help! I've snacked and I can't find my crumbs. He needs a crumb alert button. A snack alert. Oh my god. Can you imagine if Tank had a snack bell? Ding-a-ling-a-ling. Mother, give me treats. That's all I would hear all day long. My ears would literally be ringing because he would be ringing the bell. I am so glad he doesn't have thumbs. He's like contemplating the idea of like, how can I do this? How can I do? Oh, the yawns are starting. I need more coffee. I love you, Tanky Boo. Your tugs. Hey, don't bite me. You're in a bitey mood right now. Ah. I think he's mad at me because I vacuumed. Tank does not like the vacuum. The vacuum is his mortal enemy. I love you. Gentle. Gentle. Oh, that's a good gentle boy. That's a good gentle boy. Gentle. 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 Thank you. And some good little cheekies. Cheeky cheekies. Gentle. He's looking at me like, wait for it. Just wait for it. Cheekies. Cheeky cheekies. Ah! Go wild. Ah! Go stupid. Ah! Go crazy. That's how I feel when I yawn a whole bunch. Ah! I love you. Knock on wood, though, Tank has never bit my face. Like, he knows better, which I appreciate. And now he just wants more snacks. More snacks, mama. It would never stop. Just ding-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling. Mother! Mother! Mother, mother! Aw, what a good baby. Puppy tries to eat your beard. I think that's a puppy thing. I don't have a beard, but Ringo did that a lot with my buddy when he was a baby. So did Diesel. It's just fun for them. It's like a little fluffy toy on your face. Tank, do you want more of your snacks? Where's my timer at? It's actually perfect timing. Can you be in charge for a minute so I can check the oven? Be the big man on campus. The oven timer is about to go off in 30 seconds. I'm gonna put Tank in charge of you guys and see what I'm sure it needs to go for longer. I just want to see how everything looks really quick, and then we'll bop in with baby Peebs. I got a purr pop for her too. I love you, Tankers. He's probably just gonna go in his corner and hanker for snacks, but that's not anything new. I'll be right back. Correct. Everything needs like 15 minutes. Alright, let me get you a squeezy snack. They're in with Gigi. Oopsies. I forgot to bring you your box. Charlie is always so jealous of Gigi because she has Meow Mix and Charlie's a fat kid who loves cake. Fat kid loves cake. Yes, your sister is a fat girl at heart. Now a fat girl in body. But she's gotten a little bit more trim. Her diet is working. I think in a couple weeks she'll be back to like normal cat size. I love you, Tankers. I gotta kiss your butt. You're my favorite butt. I love you. Okay. Put your fan back on so you don't hear the dogs clomping around with their bones. I don't think he minds it, but like I find it annoying when I'm listening to it. I don't know. You can hear it outside too. Just kind of ridiculous. Gigi's been getting really brave and went up for nosy sniffs the other day, and then she swatted the shit out of me. Which honestly is progress. Like, she's not being afraid of me. She's being more outgoing, which is really cool. I'm proud of her. It kind of hurt, but it was still worth it. Hi, Peebee. Peebee's in the closet. She's a secret lesbian. She's got her little tent back. I had to bend it back from Claudia. Fucking was it? Child of mine. I'm gonna put this light on now. I think my phone is charged enough. Hold on, Tiny. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Actually, what's wrong with me? I can release the beast. You gotta put your tablet back on. I let it die. I didn't have a cord down here. We're letting it charge. You gotta put your bird TV back on. Oh, that's really bright. Okay, that's better. Hi. Peeps! I think Claudia was also kind of overstimulating for her, as much as she liked playing. So her habits are a little bit better down here as well. I don't think Peebee will have to be a solo cat all of her life, but I think Claudia is a little too overstimulating for her. even though they were having fun. Oh, I left you guys in Tank's room. Let me go get you guys. Oopsies. Oopsies. Keep an eye on PB. Baby daddies, you're in charge. I'm right here, Mommy. I'm right here. Oh, were you talking for me? I love you. I missed you. Hello, Tiny. I know, you haven't had your bird TV on tonight. I'm the worst mom in the world. Worst mom in the world. There's carpet in here, so I put one of the absorbent blankets down just in case we have a tinkle. It's always possible. It's always possible. It's been a wonderful tour of the zoo tonight. Oh, I thank you. We aim to please. It helps to have 1,000 cats. You put your tablet back on. There you go. Get those scritchins. Get those scritchins. Get your scritchins. You're so little. She's like 8 months old at this point. I know I keep saying that, but like she's not gonna get any bigger, really. Maybe a little. I think she'll top out at most 6.5 pounds. She's up to 5.5 pounds now. She's rubbing on my shoes. But I don't think she's gonna get too much bigger. She's gonna be the smallest cat in the world. She's tiny. You rubbing on my butt? I love you. Butt rubs. Butt rubs. She's so little. I don't think she was always going to be this little. I think she got stunted by being sick for so long when she was a baby. Well, when she was more of a baby. Because she had the poops for so long, she just couldn't absorb any nutrients. The poor girl. It's not her fault, and it's not my fault. It's just nature sucking because she had a bad start to life, but I'm glad we have her steady on the meds now. I moved her in here last night, and she's been doing really good with it. I think it was a good choice. And she can help me put away laundry now. Now I have to be motivated to put away laundry because there's a cat in here. I have to spend time with her and deal with all of that. But not tonight. Tomorrow, maybe. Right, Peebles? Yeah. Yeah. It's good for tornado drills, too. Because she's hard to get in a carrier. As soon as she, like, knows before I even start the process. And then she's like, oh, I gotta run and hide. I had to Superman drag her out from behind the couch yesterday, and that was not ideal. It was not ideal. It is a little baby. Like Forever 21, but like Forever 12. You're like me. You're staying tiny. You just stopped growing at a certain point in your childhood. Oh, the biscuits. You happy lady? The biscuits. I love you. You got a groomer. Like you're her mom. I mean, I am your mom, but she's such a weird cat. Just strange little baby. What did they say in that one movie? It's a sad, strange little man. I think that's from Toy Story. She's a silly, strange little girl. Don't scratch the fuck out of me. You're so funny. Is your tablet back on? Yes! Let's put Bird TV. Now that you're all plugged into an outlet and it won't die on us. Her and Void keep doing sniffings through the door. Just silly. If Tank were tall instead of portly, then he and PB are just us. Aww. Strange little thing that stopped growing in affection and treats, motivated, absolute unit of a man. That's pretty much our life. You're just little like Mom. Yes, you are. It's not my fault I stopped growing at 12, and it's not your fault you stopped growing at... I don't know, she's only gotten like 0.4 pounds bigger since she was about 6 months. Like, at most, she'll be 6.5 pounds. I'm hoping she'll get to at least 6 pounds. I do think at this point, I know I've put it off for like forever and ever, but I want to wait until she is about a year. So around Thanksgiving, Christmas, she's going to get spayed. Because I don't know. I get so nervous about spays. And yes, spay and neuter your pets 100%. But she's so tiny. I feel like she's so fragile. I just want to make sure she's like fully developed before we get to that point. So she'll probably have a really annoying heat cycle within like a month or two. I'm thinking. Because Patches was, I think, 8 or 9 months when she went through her first heat cycle as a baby. And God, that was annoying. It was so annoying. Because I brought Voya in, and Voya was in and unneutered for like 12 hours at most. And that triggered her to go into heat. I'm surprised she didn't do it with Doodle in the house. Maybe she just won't go into heat. I don't know. We'll see. But the whole time I was nursing Voya back to health, just meow, 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 meow. It was maddening. And I really wonder when she's going to follow suit with that. I really did think Doodle was going to trigger her heat cycle, though. Because cats can get pregnant as young as, like, I think 4 or 5 months. Which they shouldn't, obviously, but it's possible. Are you exploring? Come here, Tiny. Come here. You got your bird TV back on. Now you can watch TV while Mommy works and sleeps. She's exploring all the fencing that she has everywhere. So she doesn't go into, like, the main part of the closet because I have stringy clothes in there that I don't want her to chew on. She can be with the cosplay, but she can't be with everything else. She's obsessed with my shoes, though. It's weird. Are you a shoe girl? You Sarah Jessica Parker? You're silly. You're very silly. Feels so much better in here now that I got so much stuff out, though. Like, granted, most of it was under the bed, but a whole bunch of stuff, like where her tent is and behind there, it's just piled up. I don't know why I do that. Because I think, oh, I'll take care of that later, and then later is like 6 years, 7 years, 8 years later. Oops. Hi. Peekaboo. 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 Bloop, bloop. Bloop. So cute. He's such a cute little silly scrub. Listen, where are you going? I can't keep adjusting the camera. I'm lazy. Catch. Catch. Oh, you want your snake down, too. Do you want your snake? Do you want a purr pop? You've never had a purr pop in your life. Let's try. Now where you were like 2 months ago. Oh, gosh. Yeah, I need all of this emptied out. Because then I'll have more storage space, and I won't have so much sitting out on the shelf of storage in... whatchamacallit? In, like, the main kitty area. Don't chew on that. Don't be Voya. When Voya was down here for reasons that are very long and complicated and not fun to share a story, he was very upset and he was digging at the door, and that's why there's duct tape over the... Because he was trying to dig his way out, which I don't blame him. We're all trying to dig our way out. Peebles. She might not even be interested in it. I don't know. She's not really a treat girly. She likes her probiotic treats. These, she gets excited for these in the morning. But otherwise, she doesn't care. Here, it's stinky. It smells like fish. This is a tuna one. You want to try it?
What's that? It's so big and you're so little.
Oh, I think we like it. Maybe? Maybe, baby? Do you want to try? Would you like to try? Would you like to try? She's sniffing it. She's interested. I don't know if she wants to eat it or just sniff it. I think I was gonna give one to her before, and then I second guessed it because she's a baby, and it didn't say on the package if it was okay for kittens, and I was gonna look it up. And I never looked it up, but I'm just assuming that it's fine. Like, she's gonna be 8 months old. She's almost an adult anyway. Okay, Matilda. I'm big, you're small. Bloop, bloop. It does look so big next to her, though. It's like a fourth of the size of her head. You can lick it or you can bite it. You can do whatever you want with it. She's just licking it. Oh, now she's biting it. She's chewing on it like a rabbit. Oh my god. Feebles. Let me see if I can get a close up here. No, that's the garbage. Just like a little bunny. See, they don't have stuff like this out on the street. Look at all the little bite marks. She's not quite getting it. Oh, maybe I did break it off the stick for her. I don't know. I honestly don't remember. I remember second guessing it. That's all I remember of last time. You're a big girl now, though. That was a month ago. You were a 7-month-old then. You're an 8-month-old now. You're a big girl. You're a big, brave girl. This is going to be the longest treat eating ever. She's eating it how, like, I wish everyone else would, though. Like, daintily. Just little baby bites from the baby. Why are you so cute, PB? You have no business being so cute. Oh, you're gonna get a big piece doing that. Just getting like the tiniest, nasty little nibbles. You're making it stink. It smells fishy. And, oh my goodness. Can you eat a bite that big? It seems like this like melts in their mouth, like Cheerios kind of do though. You good? Okay, there's the rest. Oh, you're so big and brave and grown up. You're so mature. You're so mature. I hate this 0.2 fucking size font. It does look so big because she's so small. It's like a ginormous treat for her. You're gonna have some stinky farts tonight, but that's okay. I love you anyway. She's so dainty. These little baby nibbles. And then crunch. There goes like the whole thing. Maybe? No? Get in there. How many licks does it take to get to the Tootsie Roll center of a Tootsie Roll Tootsie Pop? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 10,000. Good job. See, treats are good. I'm glad she likes these. She's really not a treat girly otherwise. She says, I'm from the streets. I'm too tough for that. Oh, you're so good. You're even eating the crumbs. You still got some left. She has like the widest eyes at it too. She looks like Puss in Boots right now. You gonna eat the rest of it, or you can get a big bite? A big bite for a little girl. I'm so surprised that she turned out to be like a short hair cat, though. I really thought she was going to be super floof. Her tail is a little fluffy, but her body is definitely a short hair cat. I was looking back at some of her baby pictures the other day, and she was so fluffy. She was so fluffy and scrunchy looking. You were in rough shape, lady. Now you just have some idiosyncrasies that need monitoring. I do think by the time she's an adult, though, all of that will be sorted out. She just had some late developments. You got it. You almost pulled it off like a sucker. Or like a popsicle. You can do it. You're so smart. You're so smart. You're such a dainty lady. There you go. Oh, she is so smart. Good job, Peebs. Good job. You want the rest? You want to lick it? Lick the stick. Lick the stick. No, that part's not food anymore. That is. You left crumbs. Peebs, you left crumbs. It's soggy. I don't want to touch it. It's soggy fish smells. I think I have 2 more of the tuna ones upstairs for the boys, and then chicken for everyone. Thank you so much again, Talum. That was so kind. That was such a fun surprise to come home to. Yeah, you gotta learn from Papa Tank. You were both street kitties. You must learn from your great-great-grandfather Tank. You must learn the ways of the world. Must become self-aware as such. She likes going by the cosplay clothing rack behind there. It's like a little connector for the cubes she likes playing with over there too. Oh, she sees a cord. She see a cord, she play with it. Ooh, stop yawning! I slept in a little bit this morning though. I only woke up at 6:30 instead of 4:30. But I'm still an EB lady. Good night. I honestly, if you guys gave me like 10 minutes right now, I probably could fall asleep right now, even with the light in front of my face. My mind is awake, but my body is tired. Sleepy Serena. PB, you want to take a nap? It's like, no, I want to play. I want to be crazy. Snack, snack, snack. You want your snack? They keep having these on clearance at PetSmart, and I want to buy more, but I can't justify buying like a whole bunch of snake toys. Like, that's kind of ridiculous. We have 2. 2 is enough. Like, realistically, there are probably at least 200 cat toys in this house. At least. We don't need more snakes. We do not. We do not. I probably do need to check on the oven. I think it's been about 15 minutes, because that's what I set the timer for again. I'll spend a few more minutes with Peewee. Nothing's gonna burn. I don't think. That's okay if it's a little extra crispy. It'll be fine. You're so creepy. You're creeping. Creeping lady. It'll be fine for a couple more minutes. I want to chill with the lady. You could jump on my back, you know. It feels good to stretch. dog I gave a flea bath to today was big. He was big baby, and I had to carry him around. And he's like at the peak of like what I can carry. I can carry an 80-pound dog, and that's about it. Any bigger than that, and I can't. But I had to carry him around a little bit. I'm sore. You're so cute on your fluffy rug. Fluffy. Fluffy, just don't pee on it. Don't chew on it either, Dinkelberg. Now you need to inspect my shoes. Little shoe inspector. Inspector Gadget. She's still like mapping out the room. It's still new to her. She's only been in here since last night. Any bigger than that? It's hey midnight teleport to Illinois real quick for me. No, when there's big dogs at work, my coworker helps lift. I just can't solo lift more than an 80-pound dog. So when I'm alone at work on Thursdays, because it'll be just me then, I can only book up to 75-pound dogs, I think, because we book by weight or price by weight. Let me love on you. And then we can't book any cats when I'm alone because I'm not comfortable grooming cats without someone else there. Too many things can go wrong. Cats are very unpredictable. I love grooming cats. It's like one of the most fun things in the world for me. But so many different things can go wrong. Cats move way more unpredictably than dogs. So I won't have any cats when I'm solo. Sad. But also good because I'm not comfortable grooming them alone. Years ago, my dad used to help me when I would groom cats at my house. Like, not my cats, but like when I had my own shop, clients that way. Oh, she's making biscuits. Oh my goodness, PB. PB biscuits are rare. She likes that rug. Oh my goodness. Can only imagine how badly grooming your cat would go if she needed it. That would be like a job for like sedating at the vet then. Most of my cats really wouldn't like it. At some point, little kid's gonna need a lion cut as he gets older because he's stopping grooming himself and he's starting to get matted if I don't brush him enough underneath his belly and in his rear end. So at some point, he's gonna be a candidate for a haircut. Were you making biscuits? Aww. It's so rare for you to make biscuits. She's not really a biscuit maker. Alright, Mommy has food in the oven. I got your bird TV on for you. You relaxing, Noodle? And she purring so big. Hi. Alright, ready to go, Mimi's? Mimi's. She really loves that tent. Oh, I know, that's bird TV. You can go this way. We're gonna go this way. There you go. She liked the little spaceship tent that I put up with her in there. In Claudia's room. But I think Claudia is just too overwhelming for her. And I was having a hard time seeing the difference between her peas and Claudia's peas. And Claudia was kicking into her peas. So I couldn't tell if they were large or like tiny, like she has a UTI. So I need to be able to monitor your urinations until you're totally stable. And again, I think Claudia is a little too, maybe, just overwhelming for her. Now that they're like good friends and Claudia's not hissing at her. It's beautiful that they're friends. It's wonderful. It's marvelous. But I think it was stressing out PB a little bit because Claudia started getting like, we need to play all the time, friend. Like one of those kids would not leave her alone. I think that was a bit much. I love you, sissy. You get your snackies. You have your bird TV. Yes. I love you. I'll come smooch you before I snark Mimi's. Little BB. Alright, to the kitchen. To the kitchen we go and be bitchin'. How do I want to hold all of this together? There. Like that. Just as so. You get the closet light left on for you. So that you're not in the darkness. No PB scared of the dark. My sweet little lady. Oh, I want to stop yawning. Yawning is like the most annoying sound. I love you, everybody. I love you, Chonky Charlie. Where's Mr. Chong? There's Mr. Chong. Stop growing your nails into your paw pad, sir. That was unnecessary. It's like, don't tell people about that. Yep, the oven's going off now. It is time to release the potatoes. They're going to be really heavy. Not looking forward to that. Oh, it smells good, though. Smells like sustenance. Delicious. I'm going to make you guys tall. Bloop. Bloop. Bloop, bloop. Throw this away. Or recycle it. I wonder if the sticks are recyclable. Probably, because sucker sticks are made out of paper. I don't know. I've been recycling them. Hot oven. Yes! Everything is perfect! Tofu is the perfect amount of crisp. I'm happy. I think the potatoes are smushy enough. Let's make sure. Yes. And it's so hot! I know it's an oven. I know it's hot, but like it's hot. Alright, this requires my full attention. The potatoes are heavy. That's the only part of this that I did not think through in bulk baking. Hippie, stay! Stay! You deaf little stinker, stay. Heavy potatoes! Ugh. Oh, they're perfect. Okay. And tofu. Tofu. It's perfect. Crispy. Some of that sizzle. Mmm. I'm a happy lady. And you're a good girl. You're not going to climb up on the counter. At least you never have in your life, and please don't start. Woohoo! Yeah, to the back kitchen. Actually, you're not wrong. I put up this Halloween decoration like, I don't know, 7 or 8 years ago, and I just never took it down. It is the back kitchen. You're not wrong. I'm busy. Yeah. It's getting humid outside again. We had a cold front come through after the storms, but it's starting to fizzle out. I'm going to plop you guys into the stream room, and then I'm going to grab a little bit more coffee and my water. I want to play some games. What time is it? It's 10:38. It's close later than that. We got time for games. Hi, Claudia. I know, I left your light on. I didn't mean to. To the Bat Kitchen. It's very funny. It is the Bat Kitchen. Oh, I got snacks for the boys, too. Leave the Go Cam on for a second for their snacks. Snackies for the boys. Snackies for the boys. I want my coffee, though. And make a little bit more. Gunther's still on the tree. Yes. Gunther's been struggling. Gunther's been doing okay, but he's been struggling a little bit extra. Like today. I think it's from the weather change yesterday. He had a checkup at some point the end of last week, though. I don't even remember what day I brought him in. Oh my god, I thought I muted my mic. I guess I didn't. Oopsies. The great echoes of the Z-Mills, indeed. The great echoes. We're just all reverbalizing all of my good ideas. It's the echo chamber. I think Zeke is behind me. Yeah. Hi, Zeke. Zeke sees Pippi. He's like, I don't know if that's a threat. She's not a threat. She's deaf and blind, bro. Claudia. Goofed. You guys gotta wait for treats for a minute. I meant to fill my vitamins in the kitchen. And I forgot it. Zeke has like the shiniest coat ever. He's practically silver, even though he's black. Just because he's so shiny. Forgot to fill my vitamins. Why didn't you fill my vitamins for me, Club Cult? I hate doing that at the end of the night before dinner time. Otherwise, I would just leave it, but I hate leaving it. Because then I'm unmotivated to do it, and then I don't take my vitamins when I need to take my vitamins. Merp. Plop us sideways-ish. Ugh. There we go. Now we're tall. Now we're talking. Finally figured what the pole in the room is for. It's to slide down to the bat cave below. So obvious. I know, right? How could you have never assumed that? You gotta think critically and logically here. I hate not having a thumbnail. Well, like, I do, but it gets so ground down from my Dremel, it's like nubby. Never realize how much you take your nails for granted until you don't have them. It's not fair. I'm chilly now. I want my old lady jacket. Where's my old lady jacket? I think when I get tired, I get chilly. I don't know. Make it make sense. Where's my cardigan? I had it this morning. Where did it go? I thought I threw it out here this morning. Where did it go? That's my jacket. It's my work jacket. It's outside jacket. I thought it was over here. I guess not. What the hey? Where I got undressed over here this morning. Oh, it's under the purse that I switched purses and I didn't remember why I didn't used to use a different purse, and it's because it's like leather and it's falling apart and like crumbling. I need to get a new bag and a new wallet. At some point I need to stop at Ross when I go to PetSmart or like Goodwill next time I go get groceries. Need a new purse. You just do. None of the extra ones I have are like functional, which is why they're extra ones. And I kept that one probably because it's functional, even though it's falling apart. It was embarrassing. It was like breaking down over my arm. It was gross. Whoopsies. Whoopsies. Vitamins. It's actually one of my favorite cardigans, but I feel like it's like a very like old. It's very like a teacher vibe cardigan. Makes me feel like I'm about to pull out like, I don't know, Tale of Two Cities or something. A Tale of Two Kitties. That can go over that. These are so gross. These are old. They're actually super expired. They expired in 2023, but like I'm sure it's fine. But this is when like collagens started first becoming a thing of like popularity, whatever. Now like everyone talks about it. And they are so disgusting tasting. But I need to get rid of them. Ow. Ugh. Been trying to kick a cold, and it just hit me way faster than it could hit you. That's what I was saying, as I'm now like crying and dying. Oh, it made like all the blood rush to my head. They're so gross, but I've been drinking them because I want to get rid of them. They're so They're nasty. Ah, now I'm crying. I don't want to cry. I cried a lot today. I was being a big baby today. Not like for any like particular reason. I was just feeling a lot. I'm a person of many feelings. I feel feels. I don't want to cry more though. Jesus. That was brutal. I feel like I'm always kicking a cold nowadays. It's like I'm around people in the real world and my immune system is adjusting. Education mode, Serena, indeed. Educating you guys on the disgustingness of. I'm sure they've improved whatever this formula is. Because again, expired in 2023, so I probably bought it in like 2021 or 2022. Actually, I bought it in 2022. I remember exactly when I bought it and why I bought it. But it's fucking gross. And it's not that it's gone bad. It was gross when I first bought it, which is why it sat in the cabinet for years. And now it's just like, I need to get rid of it and finish it. Get some, I think this is potassium. Yes. Potassium! Always deficient in potassium on my labs. Don't know why. I didn't used to be. Some multivitamins. Multivitamins! What is breathing anyway, though? I hate coughing that hard, though. It hurts. And I hate when I don't mute the mic before I start coughing. That just came on way too sudden. I'm so sorry. That was gross. It's not fun to listen to. Ugh. Pulling I Love Lucy. Ugh. What is breathing anyway? Some zinc. Zinky, zinky, zinc. Some turmeric, which I think is about to be empty. Yeah, I gotta buy more. Let's see, what's today? Today is Tuesday, so I took it yesterday, so we'll skip a day and do Wednesday, we'll skip a day and do Friday, skip a day and do Sunday, and then by Monday and Tuesday I should have it again, so we'll do doubles for that one. App system. And that stays out, so I remember to buy more, otherwise I will not remember to buy more. Some vitamin C. You see? I came, I saw, I conquered. I see. I see, said the blind man to the deaf man. Bloop, bloop. Reminds us you're real. The AI has not taken over. Like a cat with a fucking hairball. Ugh. I had chronic bronchitis and laryngitis when I was a kid, so when I cough, it's like hard and it sounds bad, which is why I always mute the mic when I cough, because it sounds nasty. I think I just got those so chronically because my body always wanted to fight being asthmatic, and now my body accepts that it's asthmatic. Some iron. So you gotta pump the iron, get swole. I actually have like gotten a lot more muscle mass in my arms from lifting dogs, which is nice. I don't really like working out my arms. I'm lazy. I'll do like planks, like push-ups, but I don't like lifting weights that much, or like stretchy bands. Those I like, but none of those things really like build muscle heavily. My arms have gotten a lot stronger. Cause I'd be hauling dogs around. I had a 13-year-old husky on Sunday, which was so cool, but she was afraid of the hardwood floors and she had trouble walking, so I had to like forklift and carry her everywhere, and she was still pretty big even though she was older. 13-year-old husky. That's pretty old for a husky, and she was still in really good shape. But I was grateful to be strong for her. She was a cool dog. The amount of hair that came out of her, though, could have made like 3 more dogs. some magnesium, and some flaxseed oil, which last time I ordered this, Amazon accidentally sent me 2, which was nice. I didn't even get charged. I got charged for 1, not 2, but I got 2. So that was cool. But then one time, like, I don't know, a year ago, I ordered flaxseed and they sent me fish oil. So I gave it to my dad because he takes fish oil. Alright, vitamins are together for the week. Blue, 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 blue. Done. Okay, now we can play some games. Now we're allowed to have fun. Woo! Okay, onwards. I can turn off the oven fan too, probably. And the kitchen light. The door is closed. Beautiful. Turn off the oven fan. The exhaust fan, or whatever it's called. And turn off Claudia's light so she's not expecting things from me. Hi, baby girl. I love you. I love you, girl. Pibby, 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 that's not where you go. She's such a big talker. I love her voice. She's the funniest little meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. She has like the perfect cat meow. Meow, meow. All right, babies. Gunther, you need to get your inhaler. The Gunther inhaler. And yes, Zeke, you got treats. Meow. Still trips me out when Zeke meows because he sounds a lot like Voya, and it trips me out. Ready? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. You're doing great. I meant to measure his respiration before I did that so I could write it in his log. "44 breaths per minute. That's not bad. It's fine. It's not fast acting. It's like a maintenance inhaler. 44 BPM at 11 p.m. And we got the purr pops. Purr pops. I think I can see chat from here if I just sit on the floor. I think I can grab one. Ha 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 ha. Ah ha 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 ha. Gunther and Zeke, do you want? Do you want? Zeke's like, yes. Give me the treats. Ugh. Give me the treats. My throat hurts. I can't really hurt. That was not fun. That's right, my boy. I got the snackies for you. Here, let me open both of them so you guys can double fist it. That's so stinky. I'm so glad we have chicken ones now because these are stinky. The tuna ones are stinky. Stinky. Stinky, stinky. Hey, who wants chicken? Who wants tuna? Round and around and around they go. Zeke, that's the wrappers. Here's the snack rose. Zeke. That's the wrappers. Zeke. He's very ow. Concerned about the wrappers. Excuse me. Go boy Gunther. Zeke, the snack is here. It's here. Gunther just annihilates. It's like, I'll chew it all off there and then I'll clean up the crumbs off the floor later. Zeke. Zeke. You dum-dum. Get your dum-dum. Oh my god. Okay, give me the wrappers. Obviously, that's like the most exciting thing in the world for you. Get the snack, not the wrapper.
Now the wrappers are all soggy.
There you go. Get the rest off the stick. And Zeke will clean up your crumbs. So dainty. Zeke is so polite. So polite. The chicken ones really aren't smelly at all. Like, they smell like chicken, but they're not, like, stenchy like the tuna ones are. Don't growl at him. That's your brother. I'll growl at you. Arr. Arr. Zeke's never growled before. That was interesting. Gunther, you have crumbs. Gunther's not good about cleaning up his crumbs. It's clearly a cat, not a dog. That's okay. Zeke will clean it up. It's so good. It's so good. There you go. You bited it. Want some of that one too? I've never heard Zeke growl before. He took that seriously. Chew the stickies. Oh, you are going to clean up your crumbs? What a good boy. What a good boy. You're kind of sitting on them. Fair. To each their own. Okay, all done. All done. Good job, Papa Smurf. Good job, Papa Bear. All the boys in this house are like some variation of Papa. It's funny. At least to me it is. I believe it is. Alright, no more fishy ones. The fish have left the building. Oh, they're so stinky. I never see the chicken ones in store. I'm surprised you found them. He's like a dragon guarding his treasure. My ankles need to pop. They're not popping. That was too much excitement for old man Gunther. He just went right to the litter box. He's like, oh, guys, I gotta pee. I gotta pee. Alright, let me flip us over and play some Star Wars. I've been craving shooters. I think we're gonna bop into one of the Wolfensteins again soon. I have been craving them. I've just been thinking about it, and it sounds good. It sounds very good. I got my coffee! Cheers. Don't judge me for my work go cup. It was the convenient cup. Let me flip us back around here. The music was playing double if the mic was on here. Oopsies. My bad. My bad. Welcome, Snoops. Hope you're having a lovely evening so far. Flippity flip flip. Flipperoo. My hair was calm when I logged on tonight. I don't know. The powers of Club Cult make my hair floofy. My hair's getting so long. I'm so happy. Maybe tomorrow I'll throw bleach on my head. If I don't stream tomorrow, I'll throw bleach on my head tomorrow. I'm sick of looking at my roots. They're doing too much. Like, it looks okay, I think. I don't know. You kind of get used to things when you look at them every day, but... I want to be more blonde. I look like my coworker's sister right now. We have, like, the same hair color, except hers is natural. Plug this back in. It was, excuse me, a pizza night tonight. Nice! What kind of toppings do you like? I'm nosy. Bloop, bloop. I'm so bummed that my favorite pizza place doesn't have artichoke for toppings anymore. They used to. Artichoke is so good on pizza. Pepperoni. But only one's the kind that's shaped like little cups. Aw. It just tastes better that way. Honestly, I believe it. Ba-da-doo. I think it's a chain, but it's not a huge chain. I don't think. I don't know. Let me look it up. They might only be in Illinois. Chicago, Southwest Burbs. Michael's Pizza. It's good. I used to have artichoke for topping though, and I miss artichoke for topping. They don't anymore. Mark your calendars. We're hosting a Svator Summer live stream on July 30th. We're going over content, and I really don't care. I don't care. I love it. Why do you make my power strip beep? I don't think the game would, like, surge it. That's weird. Makes no sense. No, that's the wrong screen. Why are you capturing that screen? There, that should be game. Yes. Yes. Meow. Swap our categories around. The Old Republic. That's way too fun to say. The Old Republic. The Republic of Old. The Old Republic. A big box of Camel Blunt Wraps. There's a variety box that came with every flavor. Sheesh. You're a gas station now, Smoops. We are Jedi tonight. You're Chapter 2, Battle of the Underground. Star Wars. The Old Republic. My throat feels scratchy now. Make it stop. Make it stop. It's not a fun feeling. Give me my rewards. Your inventory is full. Suck my butt. Suck my butt, loofah, while you're at it. Ugh. What can we use if we're gonna play for like at least an hour? Let's do one of those, and then I have some room. Oh, can that be combined? Oh, I don't have space for all of that. Come on. Baby med pack, we're just gonna trash. That one's empty now? Trauma med pack. Let's put that one in there. to use one of those. That doesn't, like, do anything for my space. Let's get rid of the sparkle powder things. Ready? Hip hip. Hooray! Hip hip. Oh, it goes for a moment. Shiny, sparkly, shiny, sparkly, shiny, sparkly, shiny. Hip hip. Hooray! That'll be a little more space. Is this even worth keeping? Fuck you, you're garbage. Okay, let me open this. Give to your companion. Give to your companion. Okay, let me give these to my companion. Here you go, companion. Companione. Companione. Take. Take it, bitch. Carved runestone. The golden. Damn, this bitch is spoiled tonight. Where's my gifts? Or does my companion give me any gifts? The 4 flavors that you haven't tried: pineapple, passion fruit, watermelon, and mango. Oh, passion fruit sounds good. I vote passion fruit. Not that my vote counts for anything, but I vote passion fruit. Team Edward, I see. No, I enjoyed the Twilight books, but the movies, like, ruined it for me. The movies were so dumb. Like, the books were better visually in my imagination. Where, like, once it was actualized to film, it was just stupid. Nothing against, like, the actors or actresses or anything. It was just dumb. Contains 5 pieces of armor. What's the difference between the two? Nothing. Oh, 100% durability. Okay. Some gauntlets. Let me open the big inventory for this one. The character sheet. Okay. That's garbage. Some new glovies. That's garbage. I don't know if we're on a mission discovery mission. Discovery Channel. Let's take that. I don't know. So what does that go to? That? Garbage. Where's everything else that I picked up? Did everything else just, like, automatically go to me? Maybe? I don't know. I don't see it on here. We'll just pretend it did. Whether it did or didn't. We'll pretend. Oh wait, isn't your gun, like, bunk right now? Our gun is busted. But aren't we on our way to, like, an area that has... Oh, we just go to the market from there? I don't know what I'm doing here. Categories. Weapons. Just want a blaster. Do we want a Buccaneer pistol? That looks exciting. Or is blaster pistol weapon proficiency? I think I have that. Yeah, because that's a blaster. I think we can use that? I didn't realize that was up here. That's cool. get a Buccaneer pistol. It looks like fun. I want it. Oh, I need cartel coins for that. Damn it. Thought I was using credits. So, yeah, you're gonna ask me for real world money. No. Is that all cartel coins? That's lame. I have like 60 of those. Or wait, do I have in my inventory? Are those cartel coins? No, those are credits. God damn it. Okay, well, we have a bunk-ass gun right now. Blorg. My vote won. You're gonna do the passion fruit? Nice. That sounds delicious. It was calling out to you. I like that. Welcome, Cygenics. Hope you're having a wonderful evening so far. Blaster rifle versus pistol anyway. Well, it requires blaster rifle proficiency, so I think I'd be able to use it. See, that's where we're going. And maybe there's a shop person vendor over there. We shall see. Otherwise, I don't have a working gun. And like, that's fine, but it's also like not fine. Oh, dang. I just opened my Twitch dash. Thank you so much, Mad Topher. We have an awesome human alert up in here. I appreciate you. Thank you oh so mucho. Let me pop you up on the board. I'm feeling my voice is going to start saying bye-bye for the night. Having a BLT? Did you save that for my next stream? We were talking about BLT's last stream. Voice. Come back. Baby, come back. Baby, come back to me. Oh, thank you. Update the pin, too. It's inspired because of the plethora of tomatoes where you gifted a vast amount of delicious homegrown tomatoes. I drove by one of the community gardens today, and there's a fuck ton of tomatoes ready to be picked. It's not like fenced in or anything. I'm surprised people don't steal it. Like, all of the food in the community garden gets donated. I'm surprised people don't just, like... There's a lot of homeless people. Like, I'm surprised people don't just, like, walk by and steal it. Sneaky sneak. Whoever my companion is now, don't get me in trouble. Don't start no shit. Start no shit. You got some homegrown watermelon? I'm jelly. Oh, you started shit. My broken ass gun that doesn't fucking do shit. We're just sixing everyone tonight. I'm curious to know how the watermelon is. I'm sure it's going to be absolutely divine. I'm jelly. I tried growing watermelon a couple of years ago. Or maybe last year? And the bunnies ate it. Which is okay. Bunnies gotta eat too. But, that's life. Aw, Tom, thank you for taking the time to be here tonight. Oh, I died. It's not paying attention. Oops. Thank you for taking the time to be here tonight. I hope you get the best good eeps. It was a pleasure to see you. Now I must be medically probed. Merp. Merp, merp, merp. Merp. Can you use a health? Oh, I can use a health pack while I'm invisible. That's cool. Oh, but only so much of it. Expensive attack adrenal. You guys like much tougher than I am? No, not like super much tougher than I am. I don't know. I think I'm targeting the wrong enemy anyway. Okay, thank you for just annihilating everyone for me. Appreciate that. I don't want your level 8 bracers. One of the melons is a yellow watermelon, which you never ever had or heard of or knew it was existed. I think I've seen those before, but I have not had one either. Good drinkies, Gunther. Good job, Papa. Oh, your bowl is low. I gotta refill that when you're done drinking. Someone drank a lot today, which is good. You guys should stay hydrated. But, like, why is that so low? The water bowl is never that low. Someone really drank a lot. I think the yellow ones grow smaller, but they're sweeter and more juicy, if I'm not mistaken. I'm excited for you and your fancy fruits. No, stop. Stop causing drama. Stop. I don't have a working gun. Come on, guys. Guys, I'm gonna die. Let's not do this. Okay, the problem with, like, hitting 2 keys at once is I'm not, like, backtracking in a hell. I'm gonna die again. Fuck. I'm gonna die again. I'm gonna die again. I'm gonna die again. Heal. Heal, you fucking whore. Stop targeting me. You. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Oh my god, you're not even who I'm targeting. Die. That was unnecessarily dramatic. My gun doesn't work, though. It's just for show. It does 0 damage at this point. It's literally just for show. It's fucking stupid. What do you mean this is this way? Where this way? There's, like, never enemies around the transport. Is it gonna be behind the mountain? Oh, it is behind the mountain! This chick doesn't have a speeder, too, I don't think. Ah, I figured that would happen. Kaboom! 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 Yeah, Bowdar wouldn't let me die. This bitch don't give a fuck. She is pretty powerful, though. She's being a good helper. Stop targeting me for things. I have to use my useless gun. It's not fair. It's not fair. So we're doing a challenge round tonight. How long can you play with a broken gun? The blaster rifle is broken. I'm well aware. Stop telling me so many times over and over again. I'm very aware. Trust me, I'm very aware. Very aware. Do. Holly G. Willikers, Batman. Bowdar wouldn't make me endure all of this. I miss Bowdar. No, I have no one to along with. No, if I just, like, keep running, will they stop attacking? God damn, stop getting in trouble. Maybe I ever set to attack and not heal. It seems to make a slight difference, but, like, also not too much. I'm gonna die again. I need some health. Stop targeting me with your yellow light skis. It's really fucking rude. Now I steal your credits. My credits. Some dog tags. Oof. Oof, oof, oof. Stop yawning, you have coffee! It's really, like, pretty over here, even though it's all stupid dangerous. What are your priorities, ma'am? Heal. Heal. Good dog. Good dog. Box Canyon. Boxman. Boxman is just, like, the vibe of the night. Some more crystals. I don't think I have whatever skill is needed to, like, scoop them up, though. It requires like archaeology or something weird. I don't think archaeology was the word, but something similar to that. Gathering skills. Pardon. God, all the yawns are getting old. Yawns are so annoying to me. Medical droid, medical services. No, there's still not purchase people over here. Punished Snake the Deceptor. That's quite a name. Not judging, I'm just noticing. Punished Snake the Deceptor. It's my future husband over there. Right, there's the medical droid. Where's the go places guy? Are you something? No, you're a sergeant. Sky Hopper. The Sky Hopper. My godfather used to know a bookie named the Big Dew Hopper. And that's what that reminded me of. In the guild, so you know he's legit. It's not in my guild. He can get his own guild. They're free! Punish Snake is the clone of Big Boss and goes on to become Venom Snake. Wait, is that like actual lore or a story that you're making up? The guild classified. Classified information. He's in the FBI. Actual lore? No way. But I do believe you. So Yahweh. Oh, it's so pretty. I want to go on vacation here, but like minus all the enemies. Reminds me of a combination of like the Great Salt Lake. Whoa, that was trippy. And Red Rock Canyon. It's nice. It's very nice. The Farnell Skyhopper, a service droid. Will he fix my gun? No, he does nothing. He just stands there. Don't just do something, stand there. Where do you want me to go with this, ma'am? Ma'am. None of you NPCs are helpful. You've got mail. Okay. It was nice of them to still give it to me even though it was last season. I guess I'll appease the masses and cross out of that. The original Snake becomes Big Boss upon defeating the boss, and after that project he uses sons he created, solid, liquid, and solidious Snake, and he turns into an existing person into his own clone. Prequel origin story shit gets a little weird. Wait, what is this prequel of? Is this Star Wars lore? Outside of like the end of the last 3 trilogy movies, I have not watched shit that's new Star Wars. I haven't watched The Mandalorian. I don't know anything that's going on there. Oh, it's Metal Gear. Yeah, that's why I have no idea what it is. Like, it sounds cool, but it also sounds like a foreign language. Oh, in here? Wait, I feel like we've been over here. I got confused with the door last time because it's a side wall. Companion customization vendor. You're not the helpful vendor. Specialty goods. Do you have special goods that I desire? So affordable, but I think that's just body gear. Gloves and gauntlets. Get your gloves and gauntlets. There's a repair menu. And the up here? He only has gloves and gauntlets, though. Would he repair my gun? Oh, maybe he will. Good call. Did that fix it? Yeah, baby! Good call. Thank you. Thank you. I salute you. I salute you, sir. My gun works again. My gun works again. My gun works again. My gun works again. I think I just upgraded my armor. So it might not need repairing. But fair point. Let's look. 64%, 45, 11, 93. Those are new. 97, 95. Oh, my boots are not durable at all. Let's repair the boots. Repair my ranger's helm. Repair my jacket. I did not even know this was an option. It's cool as fuck. And everything else is like in the 90s. It's all good. I don't think it's worth spending money on. Right back at you, dude. Thank you! Yeah, not all heroes wear capes. Some of them eat watermelon and tomatoes. But we love and respect and honor regardless. I could speeder pilot Tranos, but I also want to just run around. I don't feel like speeder piloting. I just want to run around. Where do you want me to go? Hello, Sixa. Hello, friend. Rabbits in your yard are heroes. I mean, they're awfully brave. They're bravely heroic. They just stand there while the dogs watch them and munch on their grass. Her butt's jiggling again. The rabbits are dumb as fuck. Like, look at these little bastards. I took a video on Wild World of Serena earlier. Look at this dumb bitch. Bunny's just chilling. And Ty is just watching. Like, they know better than to run after the rabbits. The bird was an unanticipated, almost casualty. But Ringo was just trying to play. He got really excited. But bunnies are so fucking brave. And even when I try to shoo them out of the yard, they're not even afraid of me. They just run like 3 steps. Not even run. They hop like 3 steps forward. And then eat grass again. And I'm like, come on, shoot, shoot, shoot. So if they're not like potentially in danger, heaven forbid the dogs don't listen. And I have to like chase them in circles all around the yard before they finally boop out of the yard for a few minutes, which I love that they feel safe in my yard. That's wonderful. I like to provide that. I'm grateful to provide that. I'm happy. But like, you are living dangerously on the edge for such excuse me, a tiny creature. Tiger is a very good boy. He doesn't really like hunt necessarily, if that makes sense. I think he has some kind of cattle dog in him, or like herding instincts. I was reading that boxers have herding instincts because he sits and stares at them like a herding dog would, which is really interesting. Like, Diesel and Ringo really want to go get him, but they listen and they stay as long as I'm telling them. If they were alone, they would chase the rabbits. But Tigra just like sits and watches them on his own. And you can break his stare from them, but it's almost like it's the same way the cattle dogs used to be around cats when they would be at work. Like, just staring, watching, waiting for a movement to correct it. It's very, very interesting. Good God, stop fucking yawning. It's annoying. It's probably way more annoying to me than it is to you guys. But I feel like I make you guys sleepy. Wild bunnies are real skittish here. Not everywhere can be a sanctuary state curated by a Serena. I mean, they should be skittish. That's how they survive. They shouldn't get used to being around dogs or people and assume that it's fine. Like, I love that they feel safe, but that's not good survival instincts. It's just not. The Imperials are going nuts. What's next? Okay. It's maddening. Because yawns are contagious. Make you guys sleepy without even meaning to. She's gonna make you guys butt twitchy without even meaning to. Am I like supposed to flirt with him? Why is that always an option? I don't mean to be rude, but like either I flirt or say that's your problem or say goodbye. I don't want to talk about us. Let's talk about sex, baby. Let's talk about you and me. No, that's your problem.
Expression on my face. It's called apathy. I'm not interested.
Mood apathetic. What's your area? Tend to let the dog get way too close for their own good. She's not gonna do shit, namely unleash, but fuck. I know, it's very anxiety inducing. 0 survival skills. 0 self-preservation skills. For being such like shy, skittish creatures, they're just like sitting there with their big bunny balls, like and they need to have better survival skills. Yeah. Dang it, Newman. He's turning around and saying, "Dang it, Jerry Serena." I don't know where my ship is. Yet again. I'm gonna start hiding every time I need to yawn. Sucking the proverbial dick of life. Oh. Just a quick head bob. I don't know how else to, like, hide it. I can't stop it. Can't stop, won't stop. Where am I going? This way. I go back to the transport and figure out where the spaceport is, I guess? The fuck if I know. Oh wait, does he or she?
Durable military grade supplies.
Oh, do any of the vendors repair anything? That's cool. I have things. I just
One piece.
she sells them. I don't think she actually modifies them. I wonder where I go for that. Z-Space. It's a rock. Walk over it. Be a big girl. Grow up. Feral have rap. Hello, feral friend. I feed your kitty cousins. Hello, Gabe. It's a very normal name. Where was the dude? What is this? It's not my ship. I don't know why I thought that would work. It was an attempt. It was an attempt. There. You. Take me to a spaceport? Where did I come here from? I wasn't paying attention. That looks like the busiest area, but there's like nothing there. Moraine for the Moron. So I'm use the key fob. I feel like I came from there. I was not paying attention. Where's my ship? If it's there, like that looks like the most towny area, then that would be correct. I'm gonna try this. I feel like that's the one that I took over. That one's I don't know. Moraine for the Moron or Upper Sundari. Club Cult, what are we thinking is our best option here? I am at a loss. Stakes are too high to weigh in on this one. I mean, it doesn't really matter where we go. We're gonna have to like travel regardless. I just feel like that's. Can I zoom into this? No. Let's do Moraine for the Beaumont. Fuck it. We ball. We try. We ball. We try. Well, wait, would an orbital station be? No, I don't think so. We'll see. It'll either be wrong or right. I mean, there's only two options. We go to Mordor. One simply does not just go to Mordor. I wonder if the orbital station was where I was supposed to go. A heroic area. That's possible. If I'm wrong, then I'm wrong and we'll go back. Figure it out. I don't think that was right. How am I supposed to remember where I left my ship? I need to go to the hospital. It's not that bad. I don't know. Bugtown. That shouldn't be so amusing, but it is. Sobrick? That doesn't sound familiar. I don't know where my ship is. Can I fast travel to that? Wait, what was I looking at? Sobrick. No. Go to Gorinth. Isn't that where I just was? I don't know where I am. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know where I'm going. I don't know what anything is. That one's closer though, and I'm lazy. Sure. Shut up and take my money. You're taking the hobbits to Isengard. They're taking me. Oh no. I feel like I'm just taking myself further and further and further away from where I need to go. I think we started in the Sundari Flatlands. Like, I think I've done this completely wrong. That doesn't seem very right. Let's try the big town, and then if not, then fast travel to one of the Sundaries. There is a giant rock there. I am not getting through that. Kind of forgot we had the fast travel thingy. That's cool. It's very nice. It's very nice. How the fuck do I get out of here? I have to go backwards to go forwards. Rude. Resistance gorilla. King Kong. Bloop, bloop, bloop. It should circle me around, right? Why wouldn't it? No? Imperial biohazard droids. Rude. In the bottom of the map, there's some buttons for emergency fleet pass and such. Are those for getting back to the ship? I don't know. Let us find a safety spot and peruse after I take these credits. Assuming that he has any credits. Yes. Maybe? Oh. Priority transport, personal star. Oh. Not emergency fleet pass. That'd be a location where vendors and trainers of all kind can be found. Can't quick travel anymore because apparently that has a cooldown, which I didn't know. Call a shuttle for priority transportation to your personal starship. Yes! Dad! Come get me! Oh, I have to wait for that to finish undoing, I think. Think? Only available to your current... Requires legacy level 15. Bitch! I don't know what my legacy level is. I don't even know how to look at that. Apparently I don't fucking have legacy. Ugh. Unless it just needed to cool down. I'm gonna let that go down and see if maybe it'll let me. It's in red, requires legacy level 15 though. I don't think I'm allowed to. I don't even know what a legacy level is. I don't see it on my main sheet. I scream. I just got so excited. I don't know where my ship is. It's somewhere. It's not okay. It's one or the other. Requirements. Cartel coins. Requires level 20. Requires playership. Or purchase requirements. 50,000 credits. Requires legacy level 15. So let's see if it like ungrays when this runs out. So rude. Just realized it changes the coordinates as I move my mouse around. I wonder if that's ever like important. Please? 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 Please, sir? I'm chilly. Is it getting cold outside? Oh, it's 65 out right now. That's chilly. Glad the dogs already went out. I don't want to go out in that. That's cold. 65 is cold. My coworker is going through menopause, so the heat or the air conditioning at work is always set to like 67, and I am always so cold at work. No matter how hot it is outside. I was wearing tank tops for a while and then just like a sweater over and trying to like, I don't know, be professional or whatever. I've been wearing like sweats, like nice sweats. Like actual like grooming clothes. And long sleeves and hoodies because I am way too chilly there now. It's way too cold for July indeed. The weather has been very weird this week. But it's going to be good this week to try and integrate Mr. Tank. Yeah, we have the huge vent, like, right kitty corner to my station, and that's what makes me so cold, I think. I don't think I can do this. It says no. Like yesterday when we had the sirens go off, what was I in the direction of? It was so hot and muggy out. It's more or less like I was going the wrong way, but I have to go around the mountain. And then after the cool front came through, it was chilly outside. And I don't know where I'm so fucking lost. I'm so fucking lost. I'm so fucking lost. I'm so fucking lost. New plan. I think I'm in completely the wrong place. Lower Sundari or Upper Sundari, I would assume that they're moderately close to one another. One is 600 credits, one is 300 credits. I remember being in Lower Sundari. We're gonna do that. I quit. Back when you had an office job, your seat was right under the diffuser. Even with it being slightly on, you'd be so stiff from sitting in it. Oh, that's brutal. No, I don't like taking it to the face like that. It's not a good feeling. It's too much. Okay, that didn't help me at all. Maybe we need upper. We can run to that one. We can be brave. We can be a little brave as a treat. Oh wait, I remember running through this dumb battle area. Oh, I remember doing that too. That's the end of the world. It's the end of the world. There sure was a badum cha somewhere in there. I'm just too tired to do the badum cha. They're not a direct road. What have I gotten myself into here? This is not the way I planned the evening to go. Take me to the transport person so I can get to goddamn Upper Sundari, because I should have chosen that in the first place, but I don't know where I am. I don't know where I'm going. I don't know what's going on. I don't know nothing. I don't know nothing. Lost. Very lost. I'm not yawning. You're yawning. I'm just gonna duck down now. I don't know if that's better or not, but we're just gonna do that. I don't think moraine is the right way because that was wrong, obviously. Pretty lands. Oh, the sky is so nice. Pink skies at night, sailor's delight. Pink skies in morning, sailor's morning. Woo. Okay, that kind of hurts my head a little bit. That was a bit too much. Bit too much. We ran through here before. I think I'm like back at square one. Is it gonna tell me where my ship is? It never does. Use your ship's hollow terminal. Suck my butt. Oh my god. I don't know where to go. This is brutal. I don't know where I might need to look up a tutorial for whatever this quest is and have it tell me where to go, because actually I am going to, because I don't know where to go. Farewell to arms. Swator, not store. Might be the Farnell place, though, the shuttle to the space station. I think you're right with that. I think I fucked up with that. Mistakes were made. Oh my god, stop yawning! It doesn't help me. Oh, there's a tutorial site for this called Swatorista. Thank you so much, Samantha Over. We got an awesome human alert up in here. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Already got you up on the board on the kick side, and I see what happens offline. And I appreciate you. Thank you so much for supporting the Stream the Dreams project. Thank you for being the awesome human that you are. Thank you, thank you. You get random facts with resubs now. The bus line that goes down the strip in the Vegas is called the Deuce. Is it really? I've never taken that bus. I've only taken a bus, besides a school bus, once in my life, I think. Like a shuttle bus. That was at a Ravinia Fest, because it was far away from parking. This tells me nothing. Why are these pointless? Thank you. Thank you. If I can't find a good tutorial, I will submit to Club Cold. I think you are right with that. I just want something to tell me. Specifically. Didn't happen. Going Commando, a SWTOR fan blog. I love this. This is so, like, witty. Oh my god, you're not helping the slightest. Okay. Fuck it. Farnell. Just flying everywhere tonight. It's in Sobrick? Is that in Farnell? Where am I going? Sobrick is not an option. Sobrick is the big city. So I was right from the start! And then I just second guessed myself? Because I kept thinking it was wrong? Maybe. Son of a fucking dick. Well, we're going to Farnell now. Next time, follow your instincts, Serena. Follow them. We're just, you know what? It's a fun little traveling night. We're adventuring. We're going on vacation. We're everywhere, you know? But maybe the shuttle will take us there. I'm curious about the shuttle now. I now need to know things about this shuttle. Let's see. Also, how did your Google find that and my Google didn't? That's not fair. Elevators below me, question mark? Where? The Republic Fleet does not say Sobrick. We're going back. We're having fun, Club Cult. We're having fun tonight. Alright, that was the city that I think I thought it was in. I think I thought. So we go to Corinth. I mean, to be fair, last time I took us to Moraine. So we're gonna go to Corinth. And take that. Take that! To Sobrick. You didn't search the quest name, you searched Balmora Spaceport. I should have been more specific. Nothing happened. Nothing. Nothing at all. Coffee! I think at a certain point of the night, the coffee just isn't coffee anymore, but I still want the taste of coffee. And I need to start changing my caffeine a little bit sooner, regardless of what my taste buds want. So I can re-up my awakeness. You typing yawn made me yawn, god damn it. Closer to the Pacific, so it's more natural for you. You know what? That's completely fair. So it's very fair. I just gotta figure out how to get around this mountain. She'll be coming around the mountain when she comes the other way. She'll be coming around the mountain when she comes. I don't think that's the way around the mountain. No, it does not appear so. Can I squeeze around the building? Yes, I can. I don't think this is a magical portal to the other side. No. I think I need to backtrack to go around track. I thought there was a way to zoom into this. The world map. So around and then up. Around that away. And then up. Fucking Sobrik. Fucking Sobrik. Honestly, like, that was just an educated guess. How did that end up being right? I'm proud of that. Got the skills to pay the game bills. Till I second guess myself. Is that the end of the cliff? Or is that like a way? I don't think that's a way. You know, we can slide. Slide to the left. Slide to. Oh, wait, that's a big jump. Can we make that? What if we jump on the building? I don't know. I'm willing to die for this at this point. Doot, doot, doot. Whee! What happens? Big damage, but that's okay. It was survivable. No, don't type yawn. It'll make me yawn more. Don't do it. It's illegal. I'm gonna ban the word. It's illegal. It's illegal. I miss Bowdar so much. He was a good boy. I loved him dearly. I don't think this is like the way that you're supposed to go, but it's the way that I'm going. It makes sense to me. Merp, merp, merp. And we're getting there, so it doesn't matter. I'm gonna ban the word yawn because I'm yawning excessively. But every time I read it, I yawn because I'm reading the word yawn. So it's like doubly excessive. Ah! Chaos zone. Take that with my brand new gun. Hee 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 hee. Take it. Take it, bitch. Take it. Boom. Wait, who else am I attacking right now? You? Hello. You say goodbye. I say hello, hello, hello. Oh, you've got beef too, broccoli head. Okay. Bowdar would have done me one better. He would have even showed me where to go. He would have told me. He would have said, "Arr, arr, But no. What? Why more trouble? Yeah, that's right. Can you rid us of him? I don't want to deal with that thing if we can avoid it. I don't think we're going to avoid it. Whoa! Nope. I don't like that it grabs me. That's very unsettling. Very, very unsettling. It's not good feels. Like, I feel it in my body, like I'm physically being yanked back when he does that. I don't like him. Out of all the bad guys, he's my most not favorite bad guy. Oh, that was a double. No! Stop! I just had a double yawn. We don't want to make it into a triple. My mouth is not a burger. I really want burgers tonight. I'm so bummed I didn't get burger meat. I feel like I vaguely remember running through this before. I do feel like we're in the right place. Should have followed my dang instincts. Could have gotten here 5 travels sooner. That's okay. I don't like being grabbed by it. Freaks me out, man. It's not cool. It's not cool at all. Take that, Imperative Veteran. What did I just do that turned everyone white? Or maybe she did something. I don't know. I know nothing, Jon Snow. Get the stuff. Why can I not loot you? She's got the other guy. We're all good. Powerful lady. She's like Slavka. Powerful lady. How did you not attack me first? Ah. Feel the power. They're not over it. Is there another grabby guy over there? Yes. I don't like him. He's not my happy place. And it's not his job to be my happy place, but I don't know. Why is there so many of you guys in here? Is it going to be through? It's somewhere. At some point, we'll find the inside of a building, and it does seem like a lot of enemies for a spaceport, but I do remember it, so it's worth the exploration. I don't know. AI is 50-50 on correctness. I actually used ChatGPT to find, because I did run out of dog food and the feed store has limited hours, a good dupe that's similar in ingredients, or almost exact in ingredients, actually, of the dog food that I buy, and it's at Sam's Club. So when I get a little bit, like, halfway through this bag, I'm going to stop at Sam's and see how everyone does with the other bag. So, I mean, it is useful sometimes for very specific odd things, but... Why did you get into it with the droid? We don't like them. We don't interact with them. We don't associate with them. I mean, if it is the spaceport, at least the enemies are outside. I don't think that's a doorway for me. It looks like it could be a spaceport. This is, you know, we'll give it the benefit of the doubt. Don't grab me. Don't grab me. something bonking me from... Oh, he is. Yeah, damn it. Not my friend. Tried using one of the AI for help with a Wordle because you were stumped and it was completely wordless. Oh, I never even bothered to try Wordle. I feel like that's out of my pay grade. I don't think I think... fuck! I was not paying attention. Oops. And he just walks away and walks over my body like, hey, stupid human scum. Stupid smuggler scum. I don't even remember what I was saying. It was something about Wordle. That's above my pay grade. Yeah. You son of a bitch. I don't even care that I'm healed. You can die. Go be scrap metal. Go be the scrap metal that you were born to be. I'm done with you. Goodbye. Targeting would help. AI is just not all it's cracked up to be. It's a combination of Google and asking someone for help. Kind of. Except someone's aren't always right and Google is not always right. It's basically just your best guess that is often correct, but not always. I don't even care about collecting the credits. I just want to see if my ship is over here. And of course, you're over here. This is like Sith lands. They have the flags. I don't think this is right. Maybe it is, but I kind of doubt it. That's okay. That's just our adventure of the night, is where is my spaceship? And if we find it, cool. If I fall asleep first, cool. We shall see. Oh, spaceport guards! Okay, no, we are in the right place. AI gets a pat in the back. No, I have my Jedi character. My Sith character looks like a knockoff R2-D2. This is my Jedi bish. Oh wait, then this is the Sith spaceport. So that can't be... Oh god. I did this big wrong. Yeah, Sharina Hulk is my Sith. I think I have done this big wrong. I'm in the Sith spaceport. Fucking son of a bitch. So, like, yes, it's right, but, like, it's also wrong. I'm stirring a TV in here tonight. Fuck. I don't think this will be correct, but we've come this far. Let's check it out. No, it's not showing me any of the up options, because this is the room with the sunken couch, right? Yeah. Bitches! Pardon. No, Baudar was her helper. My companion in my Sith character is Vector or Vectra, something like that. Okay, so let's redo this Google. Balmora Spaceport Jedi. Swator. The spaceport relevant to the Jedi storyline is located in the Sobrik Spaceport Republic, situated in the heavily Imperial controlled city of Sobrik. What? The Jedi Knight story time. That's for Jedi Knight, though. I'm a smuggler. Smuggler, not Jedi. I found a Reddit post. I'm on Belmore as a mercenary and forgot where I landed my ship. How are you supposed to find your ship on any planet before you landed it? Worth reading, honestly. Map usually has a location called Spaceport. Okay. Others have you debark on an orbital space station and take a shuttle to the surface. So we did have to go to the shuttle. And she's actually a Mandalorian, even though she looks Darth Maul-y. Nothing makes sense tonight. Like, literally nothing. Others have you debark on an orbital space station, take a shuttle to the surface. So I did need to take the shuttle. We were all right, but in different ways. And it was all wrong. So where was the... I don't remember now. Was it Farnell that had... the elevator ass bitch? Farnell? Okay, thank you. Spending all the credits tonight. The shuttle has been dispatched. Yes, pick me up. Dad. Dad, come get me. Okay, we need the shuttle to the orbital station. Which seemed wrong. But, okay. Public fleet. I guess fleet is flying ships. It's the shuttle with the blue... It better not be. Fleet shuttle hangar? Hangar deck? It should be one of those two. Hangar deck, I would think. Any fucking guess is as good as mine right now. I tried walking into the ship before like an idiot, and it didn't work. So I don't know. I was just doing it to be funny. It didn't work. Please have my ship. I'm going to fucking scream. Take me to my goddamn ship. You crackhead ass bitch of a game. Let me get to my ship. Okay, I'll go back to fucking shuttle transport. Because I don't know where the fuck I'm supposed to goddamn go. Maybe it is the blue ship with the door. Or the door with the blue ship. The blue door in the ship. Oh, I didn't click on it. I just tried walking into it. That's possible too. Anything is possible at this point. That's what they have the situation room for. Because this is a goddamn motherfucking situation. Now I'm just brutally curious of what the other one is. Because when in Rome, why not roam around? This is so dumb. This is so goddamn dumb. I'm so fucking stupid. I mean, I would assume that, like, a big part of this game is also interfleet transport and meridian stationing. I don't think any of those are right. I would think that a big part of this game is, like, putting a chunk of hours into it versus, how did I in or out of here? I don't actually remember. Let me just stop for a minute because I can't talk and think at the same time. I'm in tired girl hours. I need to find my ship and then I need to go to bed because I'm literally out of brain cells. But I would assume that a big point of this game is to play for a chunk of hours at a time. Not like to get through a mission in one go and not come back to it and have to remember where you left your ship or like other little details that are important. And unfortunately, I play sporadically and in like an hour's time that doesn't necessarily complete a mission. Excuse me. And then therefore excuse me. Lose my fucking ship and all sense of direction. And it's not good. I hold myself. I love myself. I love me so. I took myself to the picture show. I wrapped my arms around my waist. I got so fresh I slapped my face. I'm not. I'm not. So are you. So are you. There's shape up or ship out. I would ship out if I fucking could find my goddamn ship. Here's the situation room. Where did I come in here from? Oh my god. This is brutal. Excuse me. Brutal. Remember the guy with the ensign name? Where did we come in from? That's where I went up or down with. To the not hangar, right? Man deck, hangar deck. No. Bridge? Get out of the wall and go where you're supposed to go. I need a situation room. I'm panicking. Yeah, I'm about to start a situation in the situation room. You are absolutely right. This whole thing is a fucking goddamn situation. The bridge? Did I come in on the bridge? I feel like I came in by a medical droid something. Is that correct? I don't think I used this. What gets me out of here? I don't know where I started from yet again. I remember walking in and seeing the medical guy, though. But the bridge is also closed. Maybe the bridge. Does the bridge have my out? I'm having a crisis. This is the most crisis that I've had in this game so far. You, get me out of here. What's a trap? This is stressing me out. This is the point where, like, the game becomes not fun at all. And it's just fucking annoying. And then I'm rage playing. Then I'm agitated and I'm rage playing. I don't know. One of these fucking things is something. One of these things is not like the other, but one of these things just isn't the same. No, this is not where I started from. I don't think this is correct. Staging deck. Just get me out of here. Just get me out. This does not appear to be correct either. Where is the... get me out of here. Oh my god, and I can't even quick travel back to... I do not want to give up being completely lost in here because that's like quadruply as lost as I started from. But I genuinely do not have the mental capacity for this right now. Like, we have gone beyond tired girl hours. I'm going to the situation room. I'm over it. Going to the situation room. I have a situation. I have a situation. I have a situation. I don't think I can go in the situation room, but I have a situation. Let me in. Let me. I knock, 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 knock. I have a situation. Oh my god. What a nightmare this is. This is like worst case scenario. I hate this so much. Will the hanger duck take me out of here? Like, that's where I went up to and I was so fucking optimistic. No. Where am I? So that I can look this up. I'm in the Republic Fleet. How to, not Hawk Row, how to get out of the Republic Fleet Swator. Okay, there are many other people that have not been able to figure this out also, so okay. Use your personal starship hanger. Suck my asshole. Find your hanger. Go to the inner ring of the main level on Carrick Station, the central hub, and look for this person. No. 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 Actually. Where did I just read something about that? Find your hanger. Go to the inner ring of the main level on Carrick Station, the central hub, and look for the specific hanger assigned to your character class. Okay. 4,000 credits! Fuck it, I don't care. It's worth it. Yeah, suck my freshly loofed asshole, indeed. Get me out of here. I'm thinking we do need interfleet travel. Yes! God, I'm never going there again. We are never going to Balmora again. Balmora? Banned. I would have paid 8K for it. Balmora is banned. 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 Never again. Never again. Oh my god. No more of Balmora, indeed. The whole map is banned. We're done. We're over it. Is my ship not here? Oh, there it is. Thank God. I thought it wasn't there. I was gonna cry. I've cried so much today. I'm so emotional. That was a horrible time. It was a horrible time to be alive. How do I get into my ship? Where's the entrance? Where's the door? Glad my pain amuses you, Midnight Dynamite. That's lovely to hear. I'm not gonna cry myself to sleep over that or anything. God, we're never going to Balmora again. Never. 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 choking on the pain of my words and existence. Oh my god, I'm writing about this in my journal. My journal has like little prompts along with like a free writing section. It's like, what are the high moments of today? What are the low moments of today? This, not like stream in general. I had fun tonight, but this particular section of map is the low moment for today. It's going in my diary. My eyes are about to cry. Here's my thingy. Gah. Yeah, Balmora is forever in my fucking shit list. I'm never coming here again.
Okay. Senator Donna is starting to see the payoff on her investment.
I'll go Sith mode
Well received. And the loss is causing a bit of a dust
before I ever take my Jedi character to Balmora again. Why would I flirt with a fucking hologram? The resistance needs the best. It was awkward. That was a cough yawn. It was a yoff.
I believe the senator is hoping to bring it off next. It's a frozen wasteland.
I will take a frozen wasteland over any Balmora any day.
But I'm sure Senator
I will take anything over Balmora any day. Okay. Okay. Good stuff. Is there anything I need to do anything with? And then we are heading to Eep. Excuse me. At least we got stuff boosted tonight while we were going. That was nice. Oh, we got a new gun. That make me happy. Oh, my eyes won't stop watering now. My throat is really irritated. I wonder what's going on. My coworker went to urgent care today because her tonsils were swollen and her throat was feeling scratchy. I wonder if I'm experiencing something similar. I can't tell if my tonsils are swollen though, because they're always swollen. This one might be a little bit bigger than usual. Otherwise, I don't know. Yeah, that's true. I was crawling around on the floor in the basement, so it might be dust related. That's a good point. Walk over to the... Wait, we just talked to the holo terminal. Why do I need to talk to it again? Phew. Aw. You. He's Republic Privateer Duck. Hello, Mr. Duck. Speaking of funny names, I have a dog named James this weekend. Like James, like the human name. James. James. It's so awkward. Like, can you imagine being out like in the backyard and just like, come here, James. Come here, boy. Name's Dog. James Dog. That's what I'm wondering, if it's like James Bond, but they only put in like, they made their appointment online. So like they only put in the dog's first name? I don't know. Just tell me where to go. Make it easy for me. I shouldn't have clicked dialogue. I need to go to bed. My cough crying is making my mascara run into my eyes, and now I'm not going to be able to see. The Void Wolf. Oh. Why is the Void Wolf after you? Is Duck them censoring themselves? Maybe. Double entendre. Okay. Giggity. Okay. Next time on Serena TV, we travel. This time on Serena TV, we go the fuck to bed because Balmora burnt me out. Oh my god, I'm so relieved we got out of there. I'm so relieved we found the ship. That was nightmare fuel. That was bad. Bad to the bone. Banana nana. Whew. Pardon. Oh my goodness. Yes, I'm sure I want to quit. For one of the first times in my life here, I'm very sure I want to quit tonight. Oh my goodness. What a mess. Let's never do that again. Never, ever, 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 ever. A million years. What is in the disky poo? And then we go to Betty Boo. I don't even know if I have enough brain cells that are awake to open Discord right now. Let's see. Let's do our best. I can barely see for the record. I have mascara running into my eyes. Where is Discord? I had a hummingbird friend earlier. Music shares. This is for you, Balmore. Should open my window capture. Or not. This is for you, Balmora. It's funny. It's not hard to say goodbye. Balmora, do not have a nice day. Do not. Just do not. Oh, look, there's like dancing cheerleaders in the background. That's funny. Yeah, da 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 da. It's very cute. It's very apropos. Bravo. Bravo. Alright, Club Cult. I gotta hit the hay. I hope everyone has a wonderful rest of their night. Thank you all for taking the time to be here. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your chats. Thank you for your support. Thank you for being your wonderful selves. I need to go face plant into pillows. But thank you all for taking the time to be here tonight. Get some good eeps, and I shall see you all for the next one.